Oh man, what am I doing? What's up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of your weekly Modern Comic Book Talk. It is Saturday night, and we've got a bunch of people that are going to be jumping in and out throughout the show tonight. But we got some fun stuff planned.
We fucking better.
Yeah, we got a pretty full show, right, Kyle? I mean, you got all kinds of goodies.
Oh man, Marco and I have been working our fucking asses off on this show. You guys fucking better like it.
No pressure or anything, though.
Hey, don't put my name on that, no.
No, I think we've got some pretty cool stuff that we've been planning out with it. I think it's
Yep.
So I suggest that everybody go grab their beverage of choice for tonight, and if you have some herbs to use, I suggest using them. And let's have a chill time
tonight. Got the good stuff tonight, Joe. None but the best. Shasta.
Tonight I'm doing some nice whiskey in the cup, whiskey and Red Bull in the other cup.
Where'd you get the nice whiskey from?
I had to shout out to one of our listeners. He listened to us with Absolute Geek, and he rolled over, came over, has been loving all the flip side content, and he sent me a bottle of whiskey because he's fucking awesome. I should have busted it out during the show, but shout out to Urban Geek Dad Chad.
Wait, only you?
Oh, what do you mean only?
Like he only sent it to you?
It only had my name on the box.
Oh, I mean, you said you shouted out. I mean, I thought we were. Hey, okay, it's all good. I was just.
I
curious.
said he listened.
I'm
to
drinking
Absolute
Shasta.
Geek,
I could be drinking that. It's all.
and he rolled over.
That's all I'm trying to say. It's all good. No.
Good show.
But shout out.
Okay.
I think a good thing is anytime a listener sends us something, I think we should just open it on the show.
Well, hold on. Let's take a look at that because that is a special bottle of whiskey, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. It's one of their limited release ones.
Nice.
And this is from Barrel 4411. It's bottle number 76 from it. It's from 2017. So they don't make this anymore. This blend.
That's pretty cool, man. I love shit like that.
And he's a bourbon guy, so he likes to send me stuff that he thinks I'd like, and he's in the chat. So shout out here. I got it in my cup.
Hey, Urban, I'm for mine though. It's all good. I appreciate you.
And I know he sent Matt something a surprise. So I got Matt's address last week.
Get around to checking my mail anytime soon.
Well, just wait, but make sure to open it on the show.
Okay.
Feeling attacked.
Well, you know what? As a matter of fact, anything that we get on the show, we'll start opening live on the show. I know. We got sent some care packages, so.
It wouldn't be the first time I've gotten drunk as fucking slurred.
Yeah. So, everybody, it's going to be a fun show tonight. We've got there's been some news. We're going to talk about books that people are reading, pickups sprinkled throughout. But we probably to get started a little bit with the WandaVision stuff, right? Because WandaVision's pretty close, and a lot of us are talking WandaVision and stuff like that. And we've got that for tonight. We've got the new Wonder Woman stuff tonight. We've got Mary Jane Gwenum stuff to talk about tonight. We're very future state heavy tonight, but we've also got some goodies tonight. Steve, you brought some goodies tonight. What did you bring for us tonight?
Some goodies. Let's see. I got a Superman Adventures rare Six Flags variant.
This is a book you've been looking for a while, right?
Yeah, these are impossible to find, or if you find, they list for over $100. So,
how many? I know Six Flags did like the Batman Beyond one as well,
right?
So how many exclusive variants did they actually do?
Off the top of my head, they did this one, the Batman Beyond, like you mentioned, and then they did. I think it's like 56 or 54. The issue before or after this one. I'm not sure if there's any more.
Because I didn't even know they did that one. I wish that's kind of cool that they did that.
Right. Yeah, and they did it in 2001, and the Batman Beyond was in 99. So it was kind of weird, but
Warner Brothers properties, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm working on an article to accompany the video that I did. That'll spell it all out. Here's the other thing I wanted to show off. So this is a Incredible Hulk 305, right? Yep. And I opened it. I was looking through some collections that I bought like a couple years ago.
Tell me it's signed. Oh,
There's yet another ad inside, and it's Bose. So I started looking at, and then if you look at the other ad inside, it's a one a day. I mean, that wasn't a typical ad. So
they were ahead of the curve of going for older collectors.
Yeah, and then there's the inside back cover. There's the continuation of the Bose ad. So I just thought that was really weird. This is like an error. I don't know even what you call this. It's not a double cover. Because I think
weird.
Yeah,
I've never seen that like that.
Yeah,
especially on those older books. I love shit like that, man.
Yeah, me too. So I was like, how weird is this?
You didn't get it with that intention. It's after you flipped. You didn't get it with that intention.
No,
you just noticed it after you opened it.
Yeah. So,
well, is this going to become a new blog post on my Bargain Comics? I have a feeling it might be.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, I've got a DCU article in the works, and then Topher and I we're going to go from DC promos to Marvel promos. So
nice.
And that's all I got for pickups.
Well, let's remind everybody that they can go to mybargaincomics.com and check out the blog area. And he's got write-ups on a lot of this stuff. Here's his recent write-up to DC promo comics, which is very, very interesting. So make sure you guys go check this stuff out. You guys can kind of see the type of stuff that Steve's into, and it's the type of stuff I am into. So make sure if you guys like these cool, weird little subsets of collections to go check out My Bargain Comics and some of this cool stuff, man. So
yeah, and some of that stuff, pops like the DMZ #1 convention. That's been popping lately, and that was a promo comic, right? So.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think there was a new promo comic that just came out this week for Future State, right?
I think that's on Wednesday. Did it come out
Wednesday?
this past Wednesday?
Okay, maybe it's coming up because I know that they sent out issues to stores. I guess 10 issues to every store to give away or something like this.
I think they could order more, but yeah, I'm kind of psyched for that. I think that might be some decent,
first appearances.
Yeah,
some first appearances in there. Yeah, so keep an eye on that for the promo stuff or those freebies that you can get at your stores.
Shit.
Everybody loves free shit, man, especially when they're comics.
Definitely.
All right, let's get into So some of the talk this week. Everybody's getting hyped for like streaming services to start, putting out some good stuff. There's talk about Wonder Woman maybe going on the streaming services, and Black Widow, which they nixed today. They completely nixed that, which is ridiculous because Black Widow feels like it's forever ago, and I don't even care about it anymore. And Wonder Woman's getting very fucking close.
Wonder Woman's confirmed. It'll be on HBO Max Christmas Day,
and I will be at the theater.
I'm so stoked about that. I can actually see a movie when it comes out. I'm stoked because I fucking hate going to the movies.
And it'll make it much easier to get a really nice free copy.
Now, didn't they say that they were going to release it like 2 weeks later on HBO Max?
They're releasing it on HBO Max the same day.
Same day. Merry Christmas.
That HBO
Black Widow is not, though.
So how many people are going to sit at home and watch it versus going to the theater?
I'll be at home.
I'm young.
No,
I'm going to the theater.
Not
All
going to
the
the
old folks will stay home like they
It's
should.
Christmas
and
Day,
the
so
rest of us
it's
are
gonna
live.
be great.
Because all you young guys stink. You guys go in there smelling like you just
Hey,
came out of the
listen.
gym. Popcorn
I take
flying everywhere. There's
I take a
kids
special
screaming. I'm
shower
not
before
dealing
I
with that.
go. I always
that?
think I can get a lady up there. I always take a special shower before I go to the theater. All
You're
right?
not taking-
Corbin jumps into a bathtub of Axe.
No, Old Spice. Thank you very much. No,
He pretends like he's the Joker falling in the vat of acid and ace chemicals.
Exactly.
Yeah,
then I get my M&Ms and
he
my
just
large
trust
Coke.
falls into it.
I find a spot that makes me look like I'm not by myself lonely, but like I'm interestedly single. You know, like I'm attractively open.
Where's
Like,
that spot?
no, I'm not a loser. There's
Wait.
plenty
You're
of seats here.
attractively open.
That's
Where's
how I
that
think
spot?
about it. So it's like sort of in the middle. You see that front row and you have that back row. It's in the very front of the back row. 3 seats to the left. So it's like, people come on, sit down. Don't want to sit there. It's fine. I was just chilling. And that's what normally happens. But occasionally, somebody will sit down and I'll be like, oh, hey. And then the movie starts. So
Is it
I'm
that
still
hard
working
to
on
find somebody just to say, "Hey, man, you want to go see a flick?"
yeah.
Now they sold every other seat, so she's gonna be 3 seats away, and Corbin's just gonna be like, "Hey, and like real crazy, like."
Yeah. No,
Get her
he's gonna wait till he sees the ones that get stuck in the corner, like because all three apart. Be like, if we team up, you can sit next to me. We could be our own little bubble.
I mean,
our
we
own
can,
little bubble.
there we go. We're both. I don't know how it's going to be.
Hey,
Collar,
what type
hope
of
it's
chick are you gonna find in a movie theater watching Wonder? No,
Listen. I don't think I will, but you got to make yourself available for any opportunity. And the movie theater to me is like, I mean, I don't
Just
know.
in case.
And you're any opportunity. You're right.
Hey, girl, you want to sit next to me? Sure, because my boyfriend too.
Shut up, man. Anyway, that's why I will become Christmas. I'm gonna look for a Christmas miracle. All right.
On top of that tub full of Old Spice or whatever, you get your pheromone dropper and 3 drops of
He'll have a
pheromone
mistletoe
in there.
hanging over him.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my
I
goal.
just-
my plan.
One
just
mistletoe
wondered
here, and then one right above his belly button.
I kind of wondered, like, okay, if they released
Exactly.
Say they
Christine,
release
exactly.
Christmas night in the theater, and then like New Year's Day, they put it out on HBO Max to try and see. I don't know. Maybe it's money lost. Maybe they punched their numbers, but I would have tried to maybe draw that theater crowd in.
I think the consensus is with the spike in that shall which not be named because we don't want to be demonetized. That theaters aren't even going to be open come Christmas.
Yeah.
So,
Is
that when they're dropping is Christmas or December 1st?
But they're open
Christmas
now.
Day.
Christmas Day.
That's such a bad move. That's such a bad move.
Yeah, I agree.
You should do it December
Everybody's
1st.
What are you talking about? All the Jehovah's Witness go to the movie theaters on holidays.
Right.
That's a great fucking move.
This is the
If
problem.
anybody's going to go to the theaters,
This is the problem.
Year,
This is the
them.
problem.
Well,
This is the problem once again with DC's merchandising.
Yeah.
You need to sell that stuff as Christmas gifts now. If you're going to lose money on the movie, put it out on HBO December 1st. Make sure it comes out in toy catalog, have them circling the last minute so their parents can run to the store at the last minute buying them little Wonder Woman shields and capes and swords and whatever else they're going to buy them.
Wait, Wonder Woman has a shield?
Yeah, I bought one for my daughter, and it shoots things out of it too. You just
For your daughter. You seem to know how well that toy works there,
Yeah.
Marco.
He fucking rips it out of her hands. Give that to me.
yeah.
You're not shooting it right.
All
This
right.
is how you do it.
No, but I mean, like that's it. And if you only got a crappy 40-inch, I mean, TVs aren't that expensive. Upgrade your game.
I think Urban Geek Dad is offering Corbin a gift. Finally,
I pay for it. Oh wow! Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Hey,
gotta
it
be-
works
it gotta
out
be
for
real.
romance.
So you gotta be real.
What do you guys think the spec angle is on this? Because I've had this Wonder Woman 9, the first Cheetah, modern Cheetah, 9/8, sitting forever, right, waiting for this movie to come out. Now what do I do with it? Do I just drop the bottom out? I mean,
I'm right there with you, Steve.
Yeah.
I got
It's
one
back.
ready to go.
I
hate to say it, it's dead, man.
Yeah,
It's dead.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, you should have stuck to the when it drops the trailer, drop the book.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It wasn't going for that much back then. It didn't feel like it was.
No, it never really got that. I don't know that it ever cracked 200.
Well,
I'm not
let's
sure.
take a look at that. Yeah.
You think it's dead? You don't think it'll jump because you don't think more people will see the movie and in the comfort of their own home versus going to the theater? I would think it would jump.
I would agree with
Well,
that.
usually, I mean, typically it's been, everything kind of drops after the release of the movie, but we're in different times, so who knows?
yeah, and
Is that
I mean,
8? Is it 8 that is?
I think it's 9.
9.
Yeah.
The only problem is that we all know how this works. So about $150. Ouch.
Yeah,
Ow.
I think that's mine.
You think
Ouch.
the modern?
Sell it for $150?
Yeah, that is mine. Yeah.
It won't sell for $150, dude. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Jesus. Damn, that thing is
I
dropped.
know. I know.
yeah, I mean, sell before the first trailer drops. That's
Pathetic.
all I'm gonna say. I mean, who knows? But this is a good experiment, right? Like that book wasn't a heavy buy.
We all know that in the spec world, the 90% of the time, the book drops as soon as the movie hits. It's just the way it is, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For spec.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but this is going to be an interesting new world, right? Like, it's very interesting because with what's been TV was always kind of shady spec at best, right? Like you're like, as soon as they mention something's going to be on TV, sell it, like get there because like by the time the show drops, people forgot about it and it starts going on the downhill motion. Movies was always trailer, right? Like trailer, get it going.
115.
But who knows now? Because you see some of these TV shows like. And some of the books have done well, like on some of the streaming services too. Think about that. Like, it is a new world. Some of the prices we're seeing are, who knows, who can explain why they're doing what they're doing.
Right.
But let's see what it is.
And we'll see because they've never shown a still or anything of, I don't believe, of Kristen Wiig as Cheetah. So,
I thought they did in the last trailer. I thought you
Did they?
actually see her transformed.
you see the actual.
When was
Cheetah.
the last trailer? Like February?
I think
Yeah.
they actually, they re-put it out.
it was
can't remember
DC.
anything.
When
during
was
San
fandom?
Diego or DC fandom? Yeah,
Yeah, when was fandom?
Oh.
September.
yeah, 2 months ago, whatever.
Hmm.
But they like re-put it out earlier this week because I saw it again. Warner Brothers said put it out. What the fuck? That's not what. No. That's not what,
That's the one right there.
yeah, that's the one.
No, that's not. You're not serious.
Wait, where? No, I'm being.
Come on.
Just look at
No,
the movie.
these are.
It's right
This
there.
is
You
it
see
right
it.
here.
That's the
That's
one.
it. That's
not
it right
so
there.
far
This
off.
is it.
It's
No.
there you go. That's the one.
Yep.
Yes, that's
Okay.
it.
You're
I'm dropping
serious?
that price by $50
That-
Oh my god.
Well, I think
way.
I think it's still it's a small spec for sure, but
I know
the
we're
last,
talking about this, but that's yeah.
the last couple
I think
Wonder
it just
Woman,
got smaller.
A
movies
9.0
were-
sold for $9, guys.
they were pretty
9.0.
good. So I mean, do you sell it now or do you actually take a chance and wait? Because the last
Maybe you
couple,
buy.
the
Maybe
last
Matt's
Wonder-
right. At
the
this
last-
price,
Yeah, the last Wonder Woman movie was a huge hit. I can't and was that you, Matt, that said everyone's going to watch it at home? I could
Yeah.
see where a lot of people would be like, "Oh, that was a really good movie. They did a good job." Now, granted, it's DC, so you get what 1 out of 6 or 1 out of 8 movies is a good one.
Right.
Well, this could be the one. I mean, the last Wonder Woman was really good. I could see not a giant, not going from $100 to $300, but I could see where it could climb back up.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, with that lower deal, I can go bargain for that.
Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, I don't know what your buy-in was for it, Steve. I hope it wasn't a lot.
My buy-in.
So I mean, I think that's kind of one where you can, if you didn't do the normal thing on it, plus what's going on, just hold on to it, right? Or or like Matt said, he's right.
Well, it's up there for sale. Maybe you know what? I'll turn on best offer. That's what I'll do.
I got 60 already as a best offer.
You're about to get a $5 offer on that. I'm going to give you $5 for that.
I'll offer 6.
I'd sit on it and wait. I mean, take the chance. Why not?
I guess. I mean, the problem is this. Is she? I mean, how many more movies is this character going to show up in? Or
she's supposed to be back. She's not even a big. She's not the big villain in this. They're setting her up to be the big villain for the next movie, I think.
Okay.
Or she's not the big villain in this, and she's not going to be the big villain in anything. I know she's not the big villain in this.
Or Zack Snyder still isn't finished with his Snyder cut, right?
I mean, hey, there's hope for that bad boy. Let's not start ragging on him. No, it's Maxwell Lord for this one.
Yeah, it is.
Right. He's like that ancillary character. Yeah. But no, I could see him be folded into Greg.
It's the Mandalorian for this one.
What if they actually get a Legion of Doom later on through all the Snyder BS and on HBO? And they bring in that Legion of Doom, and now you're looking just like at the cartoon, the old 80s cartoon. Now you have a Legion of Doom, and you've got Sinestro and the Toy Master or Toy, whatever the hell his name was, and Cheetah and all of those. You could see another jump in that book.
That's it. Yeah. That's if they go that way.
The cable card.
Not even the Deadpool card, the cable card.
I just laugh. That's so funny.
I don't know. I think we're gonna have to wait and see it. That's such a rock bottom price for that book.
This is the one thing I'll give you. Out of all the characters that DC has done, and being I know, Corbin, you're a homer, but as a guy who's not a DC homer, because you are.
Okay, I came from you were coming from me, but okay, all right.
Yeah, right. I mean, like you want a Snyder cut that's never going to happen. My point is this. Wow. My point is she is by far the best actor in that group.
Let me drink some shots and calm down.
She is best far done the best with the characters in that group. That's all I'm going to say about that. So if there's any hope, it's got to be with her, right? If she goes out, it just does. It's game over.
I mean, listen, as much as you tell them the truth. In my head, I'm sitting there going, but the Snyder cut. But yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, all the hopes and dreams right now are pinned on that. I mean, even if you do, in my mind, you have Wonder Woman being the star of the show. She, hit the ball at the park. But Aquaman was solid. Shazam was solid. All you need is, just not critical failures and just solid movies and, one or two good ones in your back. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
If there's any hope to get back on track, you have to hope this swings it and hits another homer.
Yeah, I mean, and she worked well in the the only thing that I have is when you did the combined casts, she was also the best out of the combined cast. Where Aquaman was just okay,
right?
And I mean, you just not.
I think if you want a home run, you put your faith in the Batman and Matt Reeves and the Batman, and you just move on from the Snyder cut.
Well, I mean, you saw this new picture of Batman. So this is going to be good. When they release this Batman movie, it's going to be dope. This one right here.
Well, we talked about Wonder Woman. Let's talk about an even worse failure, Black Widow.
Dang. What's
going to happen with that, man? I mean, that is shit. All this shit right here. I talked about this last night. I talked about this burnt. I did. I talked about her being burnt last night on Drunken Chat too. She is burnt, especially compared to Gal Gadot. I'll go watch Gal Gadot any fucking time, man. Over
Scarlet?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna show you guys.
Fart noise. Are we talking actor-wise?
Fart noise.
I'm talking about.
Here's my Walmart phone. I got a fart.
What?
I'm going to show you guys one of the greatest things ever.
What? ScarJo and what? Iron Man 2? Sign is not that good director. Take this off. Nobody needs to see this. Negativity.
All right. Hey, I'll give you a break.
Thank you. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna tell JJ. JJ, what's going on, man?
Have you guys seen this interview? There's a part in this interview where she
Takes her shirt off.
There's
There's no audio if you're trying to play audio.
I know I'm not trying to play
Okay.
audio. There's a part where she looks at him during this interview.
He thinks
man.
looks is enough.
She gets that fuck.
Watch
me
this.
eye.
Watch. I think this is it.
Oh man, we woke up Sleepy John. He's mad as hell.
Dude,
He was mad as hell.
that's because he's got the Captain Kirk swagger. I mean, no girl can resist the Captain Kirk swagger.
No, she's like, I made you a good actor, bro. You were terrible before me. That's what she's doing right there.
There's this part in this where she looks at him and she fucking, you can tell what she's thinking. She bites on her lip, and it's one of the
wants
hottest
to
things
cook.
I've ever seen. She wants to fucking come out of those fucking that shirt and right there, man. Watch. If I can find the goddamn thing.
The modern.
Anyways,
sex book, am I right?
so Gal Gadot over fucking ScarJo any day of the week. But
Dude, that happens to me all the time. They look at the beard and they bite the lip and they're just
Oh,
like,
come
damn,
on,
Wookie.
Solo.
Look
Oh,
at
yeah.
that.
right
Look
here.
at that beard.
They want all Wookiees cookies. Is that what
Look
you-
at that beard.
Is this
Okay.
shit completely dead spec too? All this Yelena, new Black Widow, all that spec. Is that all dead too? Is that
I hope not, because I have that one listed too.
that magazine?
Man.
Hey, Steve, looks like you're putting up a lot of OBOs.
Yeah.
Steve, can we look at your page real quickly? Can we look at your page to see?
Another.
Oh,
I don't think the spec is dead, but I think you're going to see it cool until the movie is for sure coming out, because you don't know how many more times they're going to push it. So I just don't think it's in the forefront.
It's just not breathing.
Yeah, it's not in the forefront of everyone's mind. It's on life support, but it ain't dead yet.
But like Steve said last week, that stuff has a way of cycling back around too. So,
Yeah.
Like my ass.
Yeah, I think with Black Widow, I think what is it? Florence Pugh is the other main character in there. I think she takes over the mantle. I think she probably has a multi-picture deal. So I think that Inhumans 5 that I have listed, that I won't drop. I think she's in the next iteration of the Avengers.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think you should look past that.
Right here.
And look more towards specking as
Oh,
much.
she wants the dick.
Right? Look at that.
Oh,
Wow.
She wants that. That shit's hot.
Wow.
Yeah.
she had a naughty dream about him last night. That night before.
I think she was thinking the Snyder cut. Tell me she's not thinking about the Snyder cut on that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man. Sorry. I agree. Yelena's going. She's going. They're going to make a TV show for her, right? Whether it's
Something.
Thunderbolt, something. I could see him pulling off a Thunderbolts. If they do the whole Avengers, Dark Avengers, Thunderbolts type team. Her throwing her on there, but I don't know how they'll pull it together. But
What about Young
I don't
Avengers?
think this is one and done.
Young Avengers, ooh, great.
Because they are pushing heavy and going all in with trying to get the Young Avengers out. So
They are great point. Yeah, how old is she in the Black Widow thing? Is she a teenage, like early 20s type deal?
I'm not sure. She's definitely appears to be younger than.
Oh, wait. Where is it? Where was that?
What up,
comment?
Vinny? How you doing, brother?
No.
Oh, so you don't want me to say what's up to Vinny? Okay, fuck
Oh, no, you
you,
can say
Vinny.
what's up to Vinny.
Fuck
I'm
you,
sorry.
Vinny.
I'm sorry. It's called.
Nah, Vinny's
Oh my
the boy. Vinny's the boy.
Woo! Okay.
All right, we got. or bath like. Oh,
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Hey,
Matt Corbin's just writing shit to write shit.
for real though.
That was pretty funny.
Thank you.
Young Avengers would be interesting. They definitely are going that way, 100%.
Yes, I think that is interesting. I think that's a good one.
I honestly think if you're gonna spec anything Marvel right now, if you go away from the movies and focus on Young Avengers, focus on on things like that, because I think you're gonna see a little bit more of it on Disney Plus now than big features. Yeah,
If we ever get it.
It's all going to Disney Plus, man. They're gonna make big
they'll push it
bank
up.
over there. I could see Disney Plus just being like one of the main places people go for. It'll be like YouTube now. Fuck
I don't
TV.
know. If I was going to spec on Marvel, I'd go with that little enterprise that they bought. What do you call that? Star Wars. Yeah, I'd probably lean heavy on that one.
If I was going to spec on either of those, it would have been a year ago when everything wasn't skyrocketing prices. So you guys are both morons if you're going to spec on that shit now.
What do you think about specking on Predator right now?
Great
Because
point. I think
they're
that's a
going all
great
in on
idea.
Predator, too.
They are, and that Dark Horse shit. We saw what happened with the Dark Horse shit with Star Wars, and there's some really cool Dark Horse shit for that Predator stuff. And yeah, I don't think it's a big thing to spec on. I don't think it's anywhere near Miles Morales or Star Wars, but I think it's definitely worth looking at.
You finished that game, didn't you, Matt?
Yeah, I finished it today.
How was
How
it?
was it?
Actually, I saw
Loved
your Facebook. I don't know why I asked.
I
Yeah.
loved it.
So
I
it was
loved
9
it.
out of 10 or
I loved it.
9.8.
9.0 out of 10.
There you go.
What gives it that?
What's that?
Is there anything cool in it that's like?
Yeah, I mean it's his first go in a video game. So I mean they changed a little bit about his backstory and stuff, and it's cool just to see his interaction
shoes
with
is he
Yankees
wearing?
in the game, and he's wearing Adidas.
All right.
What platform did you play it on?
PS4.
All day, every day.
Oh, you must be a poor slob then.
It
No,
looks
I'm an-
amazing.
I'm an Xbox guy, so I got the new Xbox before I
There's
had
the
a
Adidas.
PS5. So, but
He's rocking the Adidas right now.
It's got to be the shoes. Oh, that's not.
But I like the changes they made with the Tinkerer, and it's a good game, and I like the tease for the next game. So
Yeah.
Interesting.
Key Comics, you are 100% right. We'll get to that here in a second for sure. But yeah, this looks gorgeous.
The swinging looks amazing.
Oh, just him
Spider-Man
walking
game,
around?
Got a nail.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
the swinging is one of my favorite aspects of the game.
I mean, you judge a Spider-Man game by it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't judge a Spider-Man game by its swing.
Spider-Man's a swinger? What the?
Well,
No,
how
you know,
good it
key
is. I
parties,
used to
yeah.
play Spider-Man, and it was so.
Yeah,
Let's not
bad.
talk about it.
Man, I remember when like 16 gigabyte came out, and I was blown away. I was like, "Geez, look at this! That's
Was that-
amazing."
What 74?
Now you
1979?
look at this stuff, and you're just, it kills me, man. Just, it's so amazing.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
crazy.
that background, this is why it's so cheap. That background right now, this is why they can make TV shows. It's
Yeah.
cheap.
Yeah, that game engine. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Look at this. Look at how smooth this is.
Yeah.
Look at how the reflections are. Like that's crazy.
I
The
could watch
webbing.
the rest
How
of the
did you
show.
see the Tyrus webbing?
Yes.
It's gorgeous. Even when he's walking on the streets in, is it Brooklyn or?
We have him.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we're not
No,
playing this.
he's
I'm
in
like sitting
Harlem.
here acting like
He's
I'm
in
playing
Harlem for this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Matt,
When
did you
he's-
do the rooftop test or whatever?
What's that?
Like go to the tallest building and jump off and see what happens?
Absolutely.
What happened?
I fell on the ground and got back up.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he died or not. I was just curious.
No.
Okay. That was cool.
But
I could
it's
watch
cool. Like in this one, like you climb up to the top of the now World Trade Center, which is the tallest building in the game, and you can jump off of it, and you can do like flips and different things in the air that you get extra points for and combos for and
That's
stuff.
pretty
It's pretty cool.
Was that a flying car?
That's what it looked like.
It was an Amazon Prime shipment.
Oh. Gotta get my $12.99 worth.
I mean, this makes me want to trade in my Commodore 64 for an Apple IIe. This is just, I got an upgrade.
I love the costume, man, of Peter Parker Spider-Man. I'm not digging the Miles one because Miles' costume in the comics is so good, but I really like the white spider emblem and the white on his arms.
When he finally gets his classic costume in the game, it's a beautiful costume. But I like all of the variant costumes, and one of the favorite costumes of mine in the game is actually the Miles 2020 costume.
Oh, what's that?
The black and red one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you got to see on the variant cover. of the book. So it's a lot of fun. They got the Miles 2099 costumes in there. They've done a lot of cool stuff with the costumes in the game.
Yeah, it's a dope. It looks very interesting. Enough of a commercial for PS5. Spend your money on Xbox. Let's see here. Let me get rid of that shit. Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. I think definitely that's the way to go. People are flipping those PS5s for decent amount of money still. It sounds like
because nobody buys wind blows.
Thousands of dollars.
It's because nobody buys wind blows.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing the same thing with the Xbox. It's just that with everything's going online only. So bots, people are buying them up with bots in bulk and then reselling them for thousands of dollars. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can always just wait.
Let's talk a little bit about this Mary Jane Carnage Gwenom stuff that's going on. I've seen some of the covers that are out there. Yeah. There you go.
So as part of the King in Black crossover that's going to apparently span every Marvel title, they're going to do Mary Jane is getting the Carnage symbiote in Spider-Gwen's universe.
Mm-hmm.
So it sparked a question in my mind is, are we there's a lot of beautiful Mary Jane covers out there and they don't seem to get the same respect or specability that Gwen covers do. So it kind of sparked a question in my mind is, are we going to see a resurgence in the demand for Mary Jane covers with this story? Or is it just going to be something that's kind of one off and it's not going to affect the market at all? Do you think that it becomes a recurring thing for Mary Jane, kind of like it has with Spider-Gwen?
That's the best one right there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting to even think about. Oh, wow. Well, what do you think about the Matt? Is it going to be something that you think is going to come back around?
I mean, I hope so, because me personally, I prefer Mary Jane to Gwen, but it would be kind of cool to have that counterpart, to have her be in the Carnage symbiote and be that villain and kind of get the same push from a different aspect that Gwen has got as Spider-Gwen.
I think it's a one-off issue thing. I don't think this is gonna, right? I mean, they're just doing this to sell King in Black tie-ins, right?
The Gwen.
I mean, I don't know. Gwen. People said the same thing about Spider-Gwen, though. It was a one-off thing to push Spider-Verse, and
now
but Spider-Gwen, Spider-Gwen was in the Spider-Verse, but that wasn't like a tie-in, was it?
Yeah,
it was a tie-in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was of the main, like, if this was part of the King in Black, the main King in Black series, like Edge of Spider-Verse was too, maybe. But you could be right. The only thing I'm thinking that this is just something to sell one-off tie-ins to the event, which Gwenom versus Carnage. There's like 4 others, right, that they're doing these little one-off things. It could catch on. I mean, they're doing that with every character. They're throwing mud at the wall for every character. So yeah, it could catch on. Just like the whole, this everybody was specking on Phoenix Wolverine a couple of weeks back. I think it's interesting. I don't know. We'll see.
Did anyone read most all of these?
The event hasn't started yet.
No, but
I actually read
the past Mary Janes. Did anyone read the whole storyline of those Mary Janes? And
no.
Nah.
But
Did you?
She always kind of gets those cool, iconic covers though, with like her and like we showed with her and the Venom symbiote, or her and the Carnage, and it just seems like I question whether she's going to get that same kind of love that everyone's giving Gwen through this.
I think something about Gwen just hit everybody right, and I think Mary Jane's kind of a given, and I think the whole Gwen thing I don't know, it just got everybody somehow.
Costume.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's so dumb.
No, it looks.
It's not. It's awesome. It's the perfect costume.
I'm just saying the infatuation over the old standby is dumb. Not the costume's cool. I mean, I'm with it. I understand it. It's like, oh, let's forget about the given because we got the new hot thing.
Well, wasn't part of it that Gwen was dead for decades? So maybe if they kill off MJ, and then a couple years later,
That's a great point. We'd never think about that.
Yeah.
That is true. You're right. Because it's like a novelty, but it's one that's been pushed so much that we just expect it.
Right.
Like you said, cash grab. Yeah, I'm with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this cover is that Shannon Mayer variant. It is a sexy cover, and Shannon Mayer is great, but Shannon Mayer had the Pichu Momoko thing happen to him, in my opinion, where he just put out too much shit.
So much.
Yeah, it's a he, right? Shannon's a he, right?
Mhm.
Or is it a chick?
Daddy gave it a name.
This is the cover I want, though. This is the cover I want.
That's the cover.
That's a cover I want. Too.
You do that cover, we're good.
Yeah.
See, why aren't they at the speed dating?
I think Bruce said he did that cover.
at the speed dating?
I did get to read a retailer preview of King in Black, Iron Man, and Doctor Doom, and it's only a tie-in and title only, so I'm not sure how much to get our hopes up about, the Spider-Gwen versus Carnage.
Yeah.
You never know, dude. A bunch of dudes in sweatpants going into LCSs, see something hot on.
Yeah, what sells books right now? Sexy chicks on covers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were gonna say guys in sweatpants, but yeah, you're right.
Dude, I buy every book that's got fucking guys in sweatpants.
I was like, I didn't know that, but okay, cool. I ain't get with that trend.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why you can't find a date, man. Jesus. You're single.
Wow.
That's why you get ghosted, bitch.
Okay, I get you now, Brian. What should I say? I saw them.
Your emotional support, Shasta.
Keep them coming.
Simmer down, Damon.
Oh wow! Old school geek joke right there.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, that's a good one.
It'll be. Listen, I cover sell. So we'll see what happens. All right. What about? Listen, this Ronin, the Ronin 2. What do you guys? Are you guys excited for Ronin 2? Do you care anymore?
Oh yeah.
I like turtles.
I knew it was coming, but it hit perfect. I don't know. I'm gonna throw out a little dissent. I like turtles. Oh my god. I think it's taking too long. I don't know. Like, how are we supposed to keep the interest hyped on? Like, oh, are you gonna be one of those things where the book comes back and you're like, oh, great, it's back. Like, the interest isn't drummed up because it's extended so far. Because, like, for me, okay, when I get it, great. If not, I don't like turtles. Like, whatever,
We're still talking about it, and there's not even another issue until next month. So,
well, we
care. It's not like no one doesn't care. I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess the hype is sustaining itself pretty well.
What I foresee happening, and Chad and I had this conversation, is my biggest fear is that the next couple issues are going to be, you're going to see how each individual brother dies, and then you're going to get the conclusion of the story. So, like, the next couple issues is going to be Michelangelo telling April what happened to Raph and Donnie and Leo, and then it's going to be the conclusion to the story.
Did you guys want to go over some of these covers? I pulled some of the covers for you.
Oh yeah, there's
I would
some
love to see
kick-ass covers.
So here's
that's my thing is that turtle guys are, and I'm a turtle guy. I'm a huge turtle fan, and
Would you say that you like turtles?
I would say I love the turtles. I will try and find as many of these covers as I can get a hold of, and it's not a spec thing as far as which one's going to be the big one, because like on the last ones we saw 2 of them ended up going huge. So are you going to see 1 or 2 of every book go big?
True.
Yeah,
like the last one that went big was another Ghost version of this, or Star Wars Force Ghost, whatever you want to call it, of that version. That one went huge. So do you see that again on this one? Do you see it again on the third one, on the fourth one? Because there's, to my knowledge, 6 of these, correct?
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 so far.
No,
There's
it's
more.
six,
There's a
six
shit
in
ton
the
of
series. It's the last run's going to
Oh,
be
last one.
6 books.
Yeah.
I honestly see the Last Ronin launching the Turtles into the stratosphere again.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what it's done for the price of older turtle books.
Mm-hmm.
They're all of them are starting to go back up. All those keys and all that.
That's terrible, by the way.
Does
That's
anybody like
terrible
this?
art.
Yeah, this is gonna say.
No,
Does anybody
It
like
reminds
this?
me of a
That-
Michael Bay Ninja Turtle.
Yeah,
That's like
man.
the Frank Miller of the Ninja Turtles.
Looks like
Like,
Whenever they
Like
try
they
to make
really
the
tied
Turtles-
into the Dark Knight Returns with that.
It looks like he's smuggling cantaloupes below the belt.
it looks like he's got a
Looks
pee.
like cantaloupes are the belt.
Dude, he's smuggling
Like, all
plums.
over- yeah.
Alan Qua. That's
I mean,
who did this. It's the
look
Alan
at
Oh,
Qua
I thought that was a Liefeld. I would have bet Liefeld on that one.
He got a rack on him. Tell you that.
He definitely does. I mean, I think like this one, right? This one right here.
Yeah, I mean that one there.
This one's dope.
That's a
pretty
huge
cool.
book right there, and you know, same as the first issue was that Ghost one. I see this one coming out and hitting the market, and everyone going, "Oh, that's the one to get." So now you're sitting on this one. You know, if you're looking to spec, because so far that's been one
That
of
Ghost
two
one
that's the most
sold-
appealing.
That Ghost one sold because of how good it was. Do you think this is a good cover?
I don't think it's as good as the other one.
No.
Do you think this one's good?
Yeah.
I think that one's fucking
I
good.
think
I like
this just came out and this is the me. Oh, I'm gonna kill this guy. Yeah, Miko Suan. I thought.
Oh.
I mean, they just. IDW just rolled like this was the cover that and the Aaron Bartling they hadn't really shown to the last minute, and then they started showing these two over the last couple of days. I thought when I saw this, I was like, oh, good lord, that's a cover, man. Like that looks good.
I don't like that
Pretty
cover.
cool.
Compared
You
to
don't?
that last cover, I like that other cover better than this one.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, you're mute, Chad. He's just saying shit to say shit.
Yeah.
I like this cover better.
I don't know why, but I mean, why? Oh, actually, no. I guess
It does show that Chad has poor taste.
I can see why with the other four in the background, like in better times, whatever the case may be, like this legacy type effect. But no, the taste, no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have to agree with that.
Some
I mean,
of those others. So what are the other covers?
I'll go through them all. So this is the A. This is the
That's a sick cover.
1 in 10.
I like that one.
This is the Inhok Lee.
Okay.
This is the version of that. This is
Virgin
the
is good.
PJ Cata whatever. Good luck with that.
That's your last name.
How you gonna leave us too? He's like, yep. All right, next.
I've never heard of that artist before. Whatever. Good luck with that.
I actually think that's a cool cover right there.
It is. His first name's PJ, which just I don't know why you would name it like PEEJAY. Like, is that can't be his real name, right?
You're gonna jump on him for his name now.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
Then he can't win. First, he's like, I can't pronounce it. Good luck. Second, why would you name
Hey, dude,
yourself
his-
PJ? Like,
His name is already P. Like he's
Yeah, P.
awesome.
yeah, P. Like I
Wow.
just didn't want to get whatever his last name is. Yeah, I don't know with that. Somebody else needs to write these out because I also
like-
went to private school and
I
I
like-
can't read my writing. So
JJ Maxwell's comment on this, man, Leo on that cover has apparently been hanging with Barry Bonds. Stay off the roids, kid.
yeah, sure.
there you go.
That's the Alan Paul one. Obviously, I think that's the one everybody's going to be past. I mean, I don't know who did that. Who's because that's probably a very whatever. I don't know who's buying that.
Well, and I haven't heard a whole
That's
lot.
the one Chad's
of-
buying.
Yeah, this is the Johnny.
I haven't
Chad's
heard a whole
cookies,
lot
cookies.
of stores doing store variants like that first one. How many covers were for that first one?
70. 70.
Yeah, 65. I thought so.
70?
70.
I'm looking at them right now. So let's take a look at this.
And 2 of them hit.
Yeah, I'll take that down. Hold on.
These are the covers. These are the 70 covers from number 1.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
How
well,
many different
that's
ways?
a good one, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's a good one. We like that one.
That's
That's
a
a
cover.
good one.
And that one did okay. The
That-
sales on that
The A
first
cover
one were
hit
okay.
because of all the damages, though, and it
Yes.
was hard to get to where you could only get the B covers or variants.
These are like they're good
Yeah.
covers, but I'm not going to pay $29 a piece.
That's a good cover?
Garbage. That's garbage.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's trash.
That's
That,
garbage.
I don't like that either.
That's garbage.
That looks like one Chad likes.
Even though Snake Eyes is in the background, it's garbage.
And he's fucking up Iron Man. That's bullshit. No.
It's
I
all
thought it was
Snake
Ultron,
Eyes.
but
Ultron.
Yeah.
I thought it was Ultron, but I'm down.
That's a mouser, you
This
fucking
one's
that?
not
beavers.
bad, but I'm not going to pay $30 for it. That one's too.
No,
yeah,
no.
not. That's terrible. Terrible.
Is he jogging?
That's the best one so far.
What, blank? There's nothing on it. Turns the blank page. That's the best one I've seen tonight.
This is okay, but this one's badass. This one's really good.
That's a shout out to Craven Last Son. It looks like,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's kind of sick. I
Yeah.
like that.
Now, see, that one didn't
I like
even
that.
go like nuclear like the other two.
That
did.
one's pretty dope.
Which is crazy because that's a dope one.
That's a dope
Yeah,
one right there.
Yeah, that's cool too.
That's horrible.
What the hell?
What is that?
That's terrible.
That's the guy from Rick and Morty. This is the Justin Roiland.
Well, that makes a lot of
Oh,
sense.
dude, he
They're
shit the bed
catering
on
to
that
the
one.
14-year-old man children.
He phoned in that one.
Yeah.
there's the,
No, he phoned in that one.
He texted that in.
I mean,
Or is that just sketch?
yeah, I don't know what that
He,
is. Like,
he-
those are
he
terrible.
gave it to his assistant. Hey, can you draw something real quick? Yeah, dude, I can. No problem.
That one's not too bad.
This one's not too bad because it's Eastman, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
classic.
it
That's
looks-
classic.
It looks like the classic
That's just
TMNT.
Yeah. This one's dope. I like this one
That
because of
one's
the
cool.
color. Yeah.
No, that's actually good. That one's good.
This one's terrible
Okay.
because of the color. This one's great because of the color.
Actually,
This one's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not paying
Yeah.
$8 for any of these books.
No.
I
This
mean,
one's good. This
The
one's dope.
Nut Turtles was interesting.
This one's dope. That one's not. This one's definitely not. This is Peach Momoko. I'm not a fan of
He's
this.
done. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I
That's
knew that when I saw-
terrible. That's
No.
garbage.
Really?
No.
Mm.
What
You
makes
like
no.
that, Marco?
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's better.
Okay.
Well, because now we've seen 75 covers, and one of them's Rick and Morty crap show on acid. Like this, like yeah. So I guess after you watch 30 covers of crap,
Here's
you're
the
like,
thing.
I like
"Oh, I'm not
I like
fun
that
of it."
one. I think that's very stylistic.
Yeah, that's
This
cool.
is a sketch cover that she did at the con 4 years ago. That
She
they're
drew it
using.
on a napkin.
Yeah,
And then
Uh,
she cranked out that later? She cranked out the other ones after that?
I mean, like, look how terrible that's just a sketch cover that she did. That
That was
doesn't
okay.
look.
Then she just went off the rails.
It's the same thing.
It looks better on the. I think that's better. I don't like
Yeah.
the picture, but I picked that one over the other one.
It looks better because it looks like she actually drew it. I mean, I get this. I'm just not a fan. Anyways,
Same.
this one's
Got me.
terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
this one's terrible.
Yeah. Although I could talk myself.
I kind of
yeah.
like that one.
Bad.
I could talk myself into that one.
That one's not bad. That one's not bad.
What is that?
What?
No. What is
No,
that? We got some
no,
fireworks in the background.
no.
4th of July that we're getting this
Fourth
one.
of
Yeah,
July.
Somebody just
The
did
Independence Day
that's the
special?
4th of
Yeah.
July one. Is
They're,
that
they're
right?
celebrating that he's the last round.
Ooh.
Yay!
I
last
believe-
Ronin.
I believe those are called Turtle Works.
All right, let me stop it.
it.
Let's stop
I'm
on
gonna
one
pretend you
that's
didn't
good.
say that, Jeff.
Wait, go back. No, go back.
Oh,
That's terrible.
actually, I like that
They're
one.
all terrible.
That's another steroids
It
one.
looks like a Koopa from the
I
Super
like
Mario
that
Brothers
one.
movie.
I thought that was cool. That one, whatever.
That
Looks
one's
like a
pretty
meaty
dope.
motherfucker right there.
That one's pretty dope.
I guess.
That's actually
Like-
dope. I like this. I
I
like,
like
the
the
old
background.
samurai stuff. Yeah, I think it's dope.
See,
Yeah.
now
Yeah, the
Hoover,
coolest rated.
that's the one that
Ghostbusters.
Gorgeous. Absolutely
That's
gorgeous.
actually a nice cover.
Does
Gorgeous.
Vanilla Ice sing in the background of that one?
This is
Yeah.
great. Great cover right here. Great cover right here.
That's better.
Great. This is the best one
that
so
one,
far.
that one.
This is
freaking
number one
killed
in
it.
my book.
Yeah, that
right
one
here.
killed it too. It was
Yeah.
on the top 10. Was that
It looks
last
like,
week?
it
or
looked
2
like
weeks
David
ago?
Mack.
No, it does look like David Mack. It's Stan Yak.
You said, yeah.
That's his
Tell me
cousin.
that wasn't a joke.
His
Wow.
cousin, Okay.
That's terrible because
Terrible.
it looks like
He looks like crap.
Looks like Ray. It looks
Yeah.
like
Track or what's his name?
Razor. No, I
Not
can't remember
Razor.
if it's Toka or Razor, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
I think
Whatever.
Razor is the snapping turtle.
It
But
looks
see,
terrible.
but that one,
This
looked like
one's
the other ones
terrible.
you guys like.
This one's terrible, but at least it's homaging
Right.
Oh, here he comes.
Albedo. Yeah. This one's okay. I like this one. Homage. This one's terrible. That's absolutely.
I
garbage.
like that color, that cover.
You like this? This looks like a little
Heck
kid
yeah.
drew it.
It's another turtle that needs to eat, but
Okay.
He hasn't had enough pizza.
No, really.
This
Not
one's
It's
enough
been hard for
Playbook.
the last round.
that one's dope. The black and white. I don't know what to think about that. Looks like robotic snake eyes.
I like that one. I have that one.
This one's not bad.
Mm.
I like the color. This one's terrible.
I can draw better than that.
Wow, that's saying a lot. Yeah, that's
I don't like the size.
no.
I like this one.
Reminds me of the Crow
Oh,
I think that's trash.
when Bradley gets thrown out the window.
Yeah.
Why am I?
Somebody's
He's got,
got,
now it's
somebody's
kind of
got-
weird. It looks like he's got a 5 o'clock shadow.
if somebody's watching YouTube and it's got it playing in the background, turn your speakers down.
So that one right there,
hate
the
that
surprise
voice.
comics variant, it looks a lot better with the print with the blood on the sword.
Oh,
They-
yeah, that's
they
the one
wouldn't-
that the Nickelodeon made him take.
Yeah,
off, right?
Nickelodeon made them change it because they didn't want the blood. So
Didn't they put blood on a bunch of these other ones?
yeah, I have the print. I don't want to fish it out, but on the print, it's got blood all across the sword.
Didn't
Yeah,
they
you
put
showed
blood
up.
on other covers? That's interesting that they told him to do that when they put blood on other covers.
That's where they drew the line, I guess. You're right.
This one was supposed to be good, but I don't know.
It's like a sketch of it.
Reality did not meet expectations. Huh?
Oh god.
see, I don't mind some of those. Couple
Like,
of
that
them. I
was
don't
not
like.
bad.
That's it. There's 70 comics. Look.
God damn, there's so many.
Terrible covers.
Half of those are junk, man. I can draw better than half of those.
Do it.
It just goes to show you the state of the art these days, I
Get the
suppose.
blank cover and do it.
Yeah.
Get it,
I
state of the art.
can't see because you're so tiny.
Brian,
Hey,
Brian, go
Brian.
big.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we were re-envisioning this podcast and we were going to try to get younger, more enthusiastic collectors and not a bunch of cranky old motherfuckers like us on the show?
Fuck off.
Yeah, well, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
You guys, your opinions are fucking trash. I mean, I've never seen
Whoa.
such a group of haters. Like, that's horrible.
Hey,
That's
we're
the
all
worst thing I've
drinking
ever
Gatorade
seen.
right now.
Nico,
Get
Nico,
the fuck out of here.
Nico. I mean, some of the
Player
trash.
hating motherfuckers. God damn.
Some of the trash look good. I'll give you that. I'm a young hater. It's all good.
You're a young hater.
Brian, go.
The
Hey,
whole
Brian.
chat hated.
Haters ball.
Brian.
Hi, Carter.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. What's up, brother? How you doing?
What's up?
Your fucking covers are terrible too, Chad.
That's dope as hell.
I mean, I like that could be a variant. No, I'm playing. Oh,
I don't know. It looks like he
Better than I
definitely
can
didn't.
do.
He definitely. They're definitely not skipping neck day.
nope.
That's for sure.
One of them had too much Shasta. That's for sure.
Welcome to the Player Haters Ball.
And you're all invited.
No, they're most of those covers are trash, dude. You just, I mean, like, look,
You're
that's
welcome. You're welcome. Those are my drawings. If you can do better, please, by all means, step up.
I cannot.
So, yeah. Hey, you want to get into your some future state stuff, Corbin?
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Future
because
state.
a lot of spec talk going with future state. So
Yeah.
I'll let you. What you're pretty into this, right? You're looking forward to this
I'm
shit.
kind of excited. I mean, I shouldn't be, but it's DC, and like Marco pointed out so eloquently, I'm a homer for DC, so I'll own that for this one. But I mean, it's been talked about for what? Almost, it feels like half the year now. Future State is the evolution
Welcome to
of
the
what,
Marvel Now.
exactly. I told you exactly. Like it's what 5G was, which is it's not quite an event. It's almost like an initiative, I guess. It's more like Marvel Now than, let's say, nothing like New 52 or DC Rebirth or something like that. But it's a 2-month period where they're going to put all the main titles to the side, and you're going to get just a boatload of books just in this 2-month period set in this possible future of DC where they can play it safe and make all these changes, but yet have it in a different world and have all the main cosmetic stuff.
Wait. Back up.
I'm gone.
For us, 3 people
Okay.
that don't know what future state is. What the fuck is future state?
It's like a glimpse into the DC universe of the future. They're doing it through some mini-series. You're going to have some one-shots. It's like a look into a possible future of DC. And you're going to have a bunch of books spread across 3 different like titles. So it's 24 different comics. It's going to be grouped into 3 families. So you have the Batman family, just everything Batman related. Superman family, same thing. And Justice League family is just going to be that new Justice League that's coming out. So it's with this kind of backdrop that they're setting the future of DC.
Did you say a backdrop?
I did. Is with this backdrop, like the backdrop, like the setting. What did I miss something? Whatever. Anyways, I thought I was. Anyway, we'll keep moving. So like real quick, I mean, the Batman family got me pissed off because apparently the premise was Batman is dead, and now we have this new Batman. It's like, okay, great. I want to know how they're going to kill off Bruce. Like, what's going to happen? Let's set the stage. But then, like, first solicitation. Oh wait, he's not dead. He's going to have his own book. He's running away from the law for the 87th time and trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in the future. They're hiding from this organization called the Magistrate, like basically DC's version of AIM, which is going to be taking over. And this regime has kind of used surveillance and just fear to take away all the mass vigilantes. So you have this new Batman who is going to be black, is also going to be covered up. And DC's apparently said that he was in Batman 101, that we've already seen him before. So whether that was one of the Fox sons, because in the world of Batman, it's really simple on who these 2 characters could be. So it's really down to Luke or Timothy. We were actually talking about this in the back before we came on the show about who it could be and how it's probably going to be Luke because Batwing and everything. But it would be cool if DC was to be smart about it and try to throw us off and use Timothy, but we're giving DC a whole lot of credit that I don't think they deserve. So we're going to have that, and that's probably going to come in the first one. And so you got the picture. I actually like the cover for that. I'm going to butcher it, but Ladron? I feel like we got the cover for that, don't we? Like up here?
Is it a trash can with just a symbol
No,
on
it's
it?
called that one. I like it. I think it's pretty neat. It gets the whole dystopia type deal.
Well, no,
Yeah.
you said
I like that.
you said the future of DC. I figured it was just like a trash can with a Batman
Oh,
symbol.
wow.
On it, a trash can with a Wonder Woman.
No, honestly, like as far as
I
do
like
too, I
that.
think it's really kind of sick.
Who's
and-
writing it?
So it's John Ridley. John Ridley's going to be at the helm of this one. Another Hollywood guy, so you know DC's trying to get all the big eyes on this or whatever, new people. Most notably for writing 12 Years a Slave, which is not funny at all. But he's going to be helming this one. You have art by Nick Darrington and Laura Braga. And I'm just going to run through all the Batman stuff since we're already at that. So you have The Next Batman, that's one book. Then you have Outsiders, written by Brandon Thomas. Oh yeah, I don't know if we have them all. You got Dark Tech, cool. Arkham Knight.
Wait, go back to that last one.
Yeah.
The first one?
Yeah, that first. I don't remember Moon Knight's cape having those points on it like that.
Lord have mercy, Dad.
Well,
So, I mean, I'm just breezing through. It's not a whole lot really behind it. I'm just gonna go through the rest. So Batgirls and then Gotham City Sirens. That's all under the Batman kind of family of titles. Harley Quinn has one. Dark Detective, Robin Eternal, Catwoman, Nightwing. They're all gonna have theirs, and it's crazy. The Wonder Woman is probably
That
where we get
Aquaman cover looks stupid.
a lot of these covers are kind of stupid. A lot of these
That looks like animal abuse. I don't like
writing
that.
on. Yeah, you're
It
not a
looks like
fan.
a mean vagina.
Lord have mercy.
Angry vagina.
what is this? What is this?
It's terrible.
Okay, so the Superman one. It's another dumb
I think
one.
you have to
That's what
turn it
I
on
like about
its side.
none of these books are like, you have an event and it has this common theme. They're all set in the future but under totally different like threats, and they're all totally separate from each other. So there's no relation between the Superman family of books and the Batman family of books at all. Like Magistrate is just a Batman problem. With Superman, apparently he's randomly decided, because it's not like DC told them to or anything. Like all of a sudden the world hates him, and
Where the fuck is he?
He's gone off planet. He's a gladiator on War World.
Right. Yeah.
And why does he have an angry penis in the bottom? The last one had an angry Aquaman gets angry vagina, and this one gets angry
That is
penis.
what War World is all about.
Hey,
Chad.
there is a little angry penis popping up in there.
There is, with teeth and white. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway,
Like a little ball.
but while Superman is out doing that, achieving his calling on War World, you have Jonathan Kent, who has shrank basically with like his side of the world or whatever, Metropolis, down to the size of Kandor, and that's where him and Kara are gonna butt heads and save the universe. This sounds like a clusterfuck. I'm sorry, it is. I'm trying to be as orderly as possible. But
Doing a
I
good
really
job.
think that this is where DC is kind of throwing everything. Thank you. They're throwing it all against the wall, seeing if anything sticks. And I think spec-wise, you can kind of look in the same kind of vein because it doesn't make any sense. It's all separate. They have big names, but there's little substance behind them. Again, thanks for showing the covers. The Wonder Woman is where you might have some interesting stuff going on. And again, we can talk about spec later, but you have Wonder Woman already. And this is written by Michael Conrad and Becky Cloonan. And you also have Nubia, which is, I guess, the newer.
Great name.
Yeah, exactly. So like this new Wonder Woman as well. And the weird thing about the Wonder Woman in Future State is that she was the Wonder Girl, and so they're running a title with her as Wonder Woman, and they're running one with her in the past, but during Future State, it's all a mess. I honestly have no real big takeaways from it. I guess the good thing is that it's only going to run for 2 months, and if you're interested in maybe some of these popping off due to, I don't know, whatever minor interest the public might have at any of these books, then it might spike off. But I think for DC, it's a chance for them to still throw out their whole 5G crash plan from a couple months back, while also giving their writers some much needed time to really get their shit together in terms of the books that they'll be running for the rest of the year.
Go back a couple to the Lex Luthor cover.
You don't do we have to? No, I'm playing.
Now wait a minute. These are all going to be books. These aren't digital because I thought they were shutting down about half of this crap and going digital.
Nah, these are
What
all
the fuck
going
is wrong with that that cover right there?
versus Imperious Lex. Yeah, these are all going to be books, Chad. And like all of them are coming out in 2 months, which just seems like a lot of different books.
Well, I'm glad to hear that they're staying with books and going to try again with some books at least.
I'm kind of glad I'm going to be saving my money.
Yeah, and then after that, of course, DC's regular comics will be coming back in March. Some of them will continue where they left off. Others will be just jumping points to move on.
That Wonder Woman cover is great. You don't like that Wonder Woman cover?
No, I don't like the Superman versus
Well, the present
Lex
was even
cover.
better.
Oh yeah. The Superman
that-
cover looks a little weird. It looks like he's got a mask on.
That's jacked up.
I
That's
think-
super Lex Luthor.
Well, I think it kind of looks like it's a certain like style of art, right? Like Jeff Darrow, Frank Quitely. Who is that? It almost looks like it could be Quitely.
That style of art's called crap.
The art it's written and art's also done by Joelle Jones.
I kind of like it because it looks almost like an old like World War II-esque propaganda poster.
I don't think it's bad. Yeah.
And apparently, it should be the first appearance of Yara Flor. So you can find her in Future State Superman / Wonder Woman, and according to Deadline, she'll be getting her own CW show as well.
So the Wonder Woman book is cool.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Very
What a
interesting with that.
beautiful cover. Holy
Yes,
shit.
my next favorite one next to the Batman. I like that one a lot.
Wow. Is that Jen Bartel? Can you go back to that one?
Angry vagina. There we go.
Yeah. No, the art. Yeah, Jen Bartel. You said it. And then Nubia is going to have art by Letha Martinez and Mark Morales.
So they're doing the
So she
Nubia.
wearing Batman's belt.
Hmm?
Is she wearing
Right.
Batman's belt?
It looks like
It does look like it. But
She is. Good
yeah,
eye.
she is.
Good
Straight
catch.
up. Wow, it's a good call. I'm looking at the bigger version now, and yes, that is exactly what it is. So,
Okay.
whoop-de-doo.
I
Even though
like
they're not
she's got
related,
those
that's very cool.
childbearing hips.
But yeah, no, Nubia is a separate book, by the way, Brian. Like, it's totally separate from Wonder Woman. She's her own Wonder Woman and a different one. In this one, she's leaving Paradise Island, and she's going to protect the world from mythic and magical threats. It's just very weird how this future state is having all these heroes in different parts, I guess, of their own universe, dealing with their own individual threats. And I guess the best way to do that was to take Superman completely out and put John in this place, and then minimize that city of Metropolis and the Kandor. It's... Man, after explaining it, I actually lost a lot of interest in it.
I never realized that Batman's waist was so much larger than Wonder Woman's.
Corbin, don't listen to these jaded old motherfuckers.
You know,
This is good shit, bro. What the
I
fuck?
appreciate you. You're right. You're right.
They're fucking
I can't
terrible.
leave these
These
haters
are the
get me
guys
down.
that missed Ultimate Fallout 4, missed Ms. Marvel, missed every fucking hot
said
book,
it.
and then they're pissed off. I think these Ronin books are too expensive. I don't.
No. Hey, we're good.
Whatever. He jumped the shark.
You
Get the fuck
did-
outta here. You buy them, you sell them.
You did
Make
you did miss
money.
one book that I want you to talk about. Probably the best one out of the whole Future State lineup, and that's this one right here.
Wow, Marco. I knew you were gonna come with that joke at some dang you.
I just had to, man.
You are killing it, Corbin. You're doing good.
No, you're doing good. I actually do want to watch. I actually am going to pick this book up. I don't know why. It sounds ridiculous, but I think.
Dude, I've been trying to find those international first appearance of Nubias. I can't fucking find them anywhere.
God, that Aquaman does look terrible. Carter is right. That Aquaman book is just.
We know a guy who has a set.
Robert Fordham. Shout out to Robert Fordham. Yeah.
Yeah,
think
Robert,
I've
I
seen him on
got
his
one of your
Instagram.
2 books. If you're watching, I found
I love that
the Black
Nightwing.
Panther,
DC
the
$50.
FF, but I gotta find the other one.
Oh, I love it. Easy $50.
I guess these are all the old people in the chat because it's.
He knows who watches our shit. It's us.
You know, shout out to Spider Nerd 78.
I
That's
kind of like the Nightwing cover though.
Yeah, that
Night-
Nightwing's dope. I love
Nightwing
that
is one I'm
cover.
definitely going to pick up.
Oh, I gotta get some hair. That was good. And
The
some
Flash,
shots.
I'm probably going to pick up.
Yeah, I think that's it though. I think kind of this is the point. You hear everybody saying like, "Oh, well, in different tastes." Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're just trying to finally reset it where they're going to get a bunch of different. I don't know. I hope they don't do Marvel now because Marvel now
Can
is
I just
terrible.
mention
I agree.
the fucking hypocrisy of all of you naysaying motherfuckers? The whole lot of you, right? Is like, you know, DC, they just lack creativity. They don't fucking care. They're just AT&T and they're fucking corporate America and they're going to be shut down. They've already closed their doors. It has nothing to do with ingenuity. And then they're like, well, we would like to try to give some different creators the opportunity to create. And we're like, fuck this. It's all trash. Burn the books. I'm not going to read them.
I gotta say, I love that Nico's coming out firing on this.
Wait, time out. Isn't that what I just said? Is that they're giving a bunch of different options and hopefully resetting everything?
No,
And
what you said was
well,
right. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm yelling at everybody else.
No, I
Player hate
yeah.
motherfuckers. Yeah,
I
and
feel
you
like
when you're
this is
trying to.
second.
Yeah,
It's
you
almost
did
like
good, Corbin.
I
You did
appreciate
good.
it. Thank y'all. Thank
But
y'all.
on that same note, I mean,
Thank you.
we all want, something different. We want something good. But
Oh,
I mean,
God,
really,
that's
that
the truth.
Aquaman cover? Look at that fucking Superman. He looks like Mr. Plastic Man is what he looks like. Look at his chest from his arm to his knee. He looks, dude, that's, if you're going to bring it out and you're DC, man, you got to bring your A game. I'm all for you changing it up. But if you're not going to come out with your A game, fucking call it quits. Throw in the towel and let somebody else take over and do it right. Like that Nightwing's awesome.
I like the dark.
I love it.
I like that dark detective comic cover myself.
Yeah, and these are just A covers. Some of the variants are really,
good.
or B covers, are really nice.
I
But
like
don't
Don't
most
get me
of
wrong,
them.
I'm getting
Who-
half of
who
them.
Who in the boardroom sat down and looked at that Aquaman and went, "Oh, that's solid. We got to print that." No, you've never read a
Everybody
comic
who's
in your
still
life.
letting
Get the fuck out.
JR draw comics.
I was gonna say I don't think there's
Right.
any answer to that, chat. Yeah, and there's a few of the storylines too that are gonna be very changed for the sake of change.
Feel like she's writing an angry vagina.
Yeah, like that's
I
terrible,
think it's a
man.
person in there too. If you look,
Like someone who doesn't read comics sat at that boardroom table and said this was a good idea. Fuck, man, crack a book.
yeah. I think DC's doing just what they did a little bit early with the Dark Multiverse, where they throw out something and it's really interesting or whatever. And if people like it, then we can take some of these ideas and fold them into the next event. If people don't, then it's not like we didn't tell you it's already a 2-month limited event. We're trying to change it up. Like they're trying to kind of mitigate any huge failure.
So what was
all
that other
jokes
event
aside-
that they did with the lenticular covers that
The
DC
Year of the
did?
Villain.
Villains.
No, it was it was a few years back.
Yeah, that it was something.
I think,
villain.
I think it was
Future's
before
End, too.
Convergence.
It was.
Futures End.
So
Well, they had the year of the
Future's
villain
End.
lenticulars. Yeah. Okay. Future's End.
So
Yeah.
all jokes aside,
Yep.
how many? I got 2 questions for the panel. Right. The first one is, how many of these books will actually get renewed? And the second question is, how many do you think they intended to actually turn into something other than a 2-issue one-off?
I think they intended to have maybe 3 titles.
I would
Do
agree
anything.
with
That sounds about right.
Batman, Nubia. They were putting up. At least I've heard some stuff about that. Superman just feels like such a throwaway, man. I'm sorry.
Well, this was spanning out of
so damn stupid.
This was spanning out of the Dan Didiot 5G stuff, right?
I love that line.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Really, what the initial plan was and how long this was supposed to run.
Yeah, I hate to be the
I
bearer
mean,
of
it's only
bad
2
news.
months, so I guess you can't super blame them for trying something.
That's what I'm saying. They mitigate any errors because if it doesn't work, we said it was a 2-month thing. And if it look at what happened with Dark Multiverse, like they rolled it out, they were kind of gauging interest. They kind of got enough positive response that they've been rolling out new ones the last month and a half. You know, that wasn't a guarantee at all.
Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Nubia is fucking dead on arrival, right? Like they're not gonna cancel Gal Gadot mainstream Wonder Woman. Yara Florek has her own goddamn TV show. Like,
True.
There's no way they're gonna run 3 Wonder Woman titles at DC. Sorry if I'm the bearer of bad news to their creative team.
Well, dang it, they're high on it.
Yeah, I'd be selling those Nubia books.
I think it's almost a breath of fresh air having Nubia come in.
Yeah, well, they got to wedge her somewhere else. She can't. They're not going to give her her own
Don't
series, right?
they have a young adult graphic novel?
That's where she's spinning out of too, right? Yeah, exactly.
You just put Nubia in the fucking tween part of the library.
Watch.
Well, or you put Yara Florek there.
You say that, and then next week it's going to be announced. HBO Max new series, Wonder Woman Generations.
I mean,
They announce these series every week, so I don't think it's.
You're right. I can't know what to say no to that.
Yeah, I think it's outside the realm of possibility.
Exactly. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many of the books are going to pop though. I want Batman 2 selfishly, but I think maybe 3. Yeah,
3
out of 24. It's not super great.
No,
whatever.
I mean, what's even selling now? Because last I heard, they were getting rid of Teen Titans, and last I knew, that was a decent selling book. So, I mean, what's selling now? Obviously, we have Batman, we have Wonder Woman, we have Flash, Green Lantern's still selling. You know, what's the margin?
Superman. I think the staples always sell.
Mm-hmm. And they're gonna have a features in Teen Titans. Basically, the original Titans are gonna train this whole new generation, and then of course a battle is going to happen. It's going to tear them from within. So that's going to be a future state Teen Titans written by Tim Sheridan.
Yeah, I'm excited for all this. I mean, my God, it's not like I've enjoyed anything that DC's put out since I stopped reading the New 52 when I realized that Scott Snyder can't write the Joker. Like,
wow.
It's like, that hurt.
Yeah, that's brutal right there.
Let's see how that one plays out.
That hurt.
He drew the he
looks like he won't be on the interview show. Fuck.
I'd say, it's easy for us to talk about it, but none of them have come out yet, and we haven't read any of them, right?
Absolutely, dude. I got high hopes. High hopes.
You know what? Hopefully they merge stuff, right? Like, I mean, hopefully they do learn from that Marvel Now debacle, and they just some of these are like testing to see what characters are real A-list characters. Because I mean, I'm about to get killed for this.
Do it.
I mean, is Superman an A-list character anymore? Like,
yeah, until Bendis started writing them.
No, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
man. I saw a lot of Silver Age stuff, and I know this is modern, but we've seen the drop off in even collecting of old like light and gold.
Right, yeah, no, it's very difficult to sell Superman back.
I mean, you can always sell Batman. Yeah. You can sell
Superman.
Titan.
It's like asking the impossible to sell back
right.
issues.
So what I'm saying is, like,
unless they're Golden Age.
Right.
Golden Age Superman sells.
Yeah, they're like 5 issues, 12 issues or whatever. Yeah,
that's not.
It all sells.
It's not even close to accurate. All Golden Age Superman sells.
It all does sell. That's not. Okay. I'm not saying it doesn't sell. I'm just saying at the rate that everything else was blowing up, you figured that Superman would have had the same rate of return, and across the board, it doesn't. Not as much as Batman.
Fucked up face.
Well, Jurgens did the impossible. I mean, with the Lois and Clark, and then the follow-up Rebirth series, he actually made a Superman book worth reading, and so was Action. And then Bendis came along and
killed it.
Yeah, he just killed it.
He destroyed it.
Yeah, I'm excited for John Kent. I'll be excited for all the Batman stuff because I'm a Batman homer. I might even pick up that Harley Quinn book just to read it. Christ, I might buy every one of these issues and like blow like 3 hours of my life just reading them all real quick.
Have
We'll see
you
how it
read
goes.
Gotham by Gaslight?
Nah,
Have you
that's
read
there
that?
you go.
Who hasn't
Yikes.
read Gotham by Gaslight?
Classic. We all know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Just
I got a
Corbin.
good
Stuff there.
right group of guys.
'Cause that's the best book ever, right, Corbin?
It's one of the top 3. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
These
Wow.
covers I think are gorgeous. I'll be honest. Like I know they were taking a lot of
absolutely.
heat, but this cover right here is gorgeous. This
Yep.
Wonder Woman cover is gorgeous.
Amen.
This Superman cover, badass right
I'm gonna
here.
buy it.
This Teen Titans cover is dope. And here's the other thing. Now that I'm starting to realize it, we're hyped over 2 characters. If you're not hyped over the Yara, Florel, or whatever, like that's a hype. People are hyped over that character, and
I'm
they
hyped
are
over
super
Nubia.
hyped over Red X. Red X is going to be a
Damien?
breakout character.
That's my
And if-
vote is Damian Wayne.
And if it is
X
turned out to be Damien, like game changer, because who doesn't want Damien to be back into the fold in a major way? And Damien's one of the best characters that they fucking quit using back when they fucked up John Kent. So hopefully that will change.
Here's a cool
And
Damien cover.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to some of it. And
Me
listen,
too.
this feels also like it's become a heave ho to get some interest back into the company after all the shutdown talk and everything. And I mean, there's literally people like Ethan Van Sciver's out there screaming to the world saying that DC is going to be shut down by March. You know what I mean?
That guy's
The publishing.
he's never been right about anything
Yes, he
ever.
has.
He's just really like, what?
He's been right about making money on
Give me-
Kickstarter. He's
That's
made a
all.
shit ton of money
I'm
on
talking about
Kickstarter.
his. I'm talking about his fucking fake news, like the
Oh,
news
okay.
stories he makes up.
Goddamn fake news.
I don't know about that. I'm just saying I don't know
Well,
about any
exactly.
of that.
He's
I'm
never
just,
been right about anything ever.
But
It's
other people are talking about it, too.
It's embarrassing at this point.
other
No,
people are talking
yeah.
about it too.
Hold
'Cause
on.
You're
Hold
fucking
on.
whack too.
Hey, we're yelling over each other. I think when people talk about DC's demise, it's obviously overblown. Like it's fun to joke on stuff that they do because they do make a mess. But if you were one of those people that thought Bendis was going to be the savior, I'm sorry. You should have talked to the Marvel people. We would have told you Bendis is going to mess it up, and we did. And then it doesn't come to fruition. No, I mean you can laugh about it. But
No,
it
you're
doesn't-
right.
You think so? Because I would argue that he was on top of his game before he left Marvel.
No,
No.
He was doing great stuff with
Nah.
all new X-Men.
Ugh.
I like that brand new
great
day
cover
storyline
Miles.
too. So I don't
I
know.
mean, he didn't always suck, so I would say it was a yeah. I mean,
He was-
I don't know. True.
What
No,
else
I mean,
was he writing, Matt? No, he was writing Jessica Jones, and it was good.
Jessica Jones, yeah.
No, his Ultimate Spider-Man run is classic.
Yeah, but that also
Right.
but
Classic.
that's way before, like
way
when
back,
he was-
and it was
when he
a
was going out the
downward
door
it was a
after
downward slide.
new revival. It was bad, man. Believe me,
Yeah,
I read
I agree.
Marvel. It was not good.
No,
He
I
brought
agree.
me back into X-Men. I had no interest in X-Men until he came out with his all new X-Men run, and that brought me back into.
Well,
I mean,
you're
at
the
least
first person.
it
You're the
wasn't
first
as
person I've ever heard that said
critically
that.
panned as everything else. Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not trying to be rude about it, but I mean, I really maybe it was because I was such a Marvel homer, and we were desperately seeking something for the X-Men to happen, and that wasn't it. Like, I'm just saying, they're throwing stuff up against the wall. I don't think anybody's really seriously thinks that DC is closing the front doors. I mean, they have plans going on just because they got rid of a couple people and changed it up. Now you see what the change up is. And honestly, if out of all these titles, they get 3 titles out of it, that's a home run. That really is a home run. Think about that. If they could do what they did with Dark whatever, the
Dark Multiverse?
as long as they don't do the clock, where it
Doomsday
takes
Clock.
80 years to put out the books,
Ugh.
like they'll be
Yeah.
all right.
And not
You know,
wait
and
to
that's
Well, I think Brian's analysis is spot on. Red X is a tap in, right? Like
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
it's gonna go and it's gonna go big. Everybody who's crying about not having those Teen Titans Go books because like it's a robot. So was Thanos in Iron Man 55. Nobody fucking cares. Like go grab those books. All right.
I think
Go
DC's overlooking, and again, I hate to badger him like this, but you've got a bunch of people in a boardroom that aren't familiar with the placation of how this whole line works out. So if they were smart, they'd go back to their 80s rollout. They need cartoons, they need toys, they need to hit the younger market, and they need books. So if they can hit those and maybe touch into the video games, they're going to do better.
We need to get Solo a job at DC. Quick, fast, in a hurry.
No, because you don't. Do I know what?
Quinn.
Do you have a CV? Has someone written you a curriculum vitae? I want to get it done. We're gonna send it over.
But is that not what sold?
Yeah, I think you're
everything in the 80s. That
on.
Is absolutely what they have to do. Now they've started a little bit, and they gave McFarlane the chance to go in and start making some of these toys. So that's great. Now open your horizons of the characters that McFarlane can make, and start tying that in with newer characters. Start bringing out. Why are we not seeing more of the classic great characters that they used to? Where's the Question? Where's Huntress? Why are we not, doing?
The Question just got a DC Black Label.
Where's Huntress?
I think hopefully someone's waterboarding Huntress for what she did in that fucking Suicide Squad movie.
So let's start seeing.
I'll hold the rag.
Tied in with your live action TV show or a good live action cartoon. I think we're going to see a big difference when they start doing their Justice League Dark.
I don't know, man, because you've got Young Justice going right now. You've got the Teen Titans Go show going. It's not pushing books.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have
there's stuff out there
series, and they don't
books.
even have Stargirl on any books, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, how many toys do you have?
I'm sorry, wasn't Jim Lee just in charge? Wasn't Jim Lee just in charge of DC there for a little bit?
Yeah, but Jim Lee is like
time out. He's from the 80s. He's from that era, and how did that work out? I mean, it didn't work out.
Does he really have any power in that?
think-
He seems like a
He
figurehead.
didn't follow the curriculum.
I think they should work out a trade with Marvel. Trade Jim Lee and Bendis back to Marvel.
No,
and
do
DC
not do
gets
that.
paid.
Do not do that.
Hold on, who does
That's the way
DC
the
get?
industry works.
I think Marco
Hold on, who
feels
does
about
DC
Bendis
get?
what I feel about Tom King.
DC gets Kate's.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
that
want
would-
Jim
that
Lee
would
to
Drew
draw
fuck with
X-Men for Hickman, right?
Right.
I'll
but that's
put
not what they're gonna give
Bendis
him.
back on Spider-Man because it's been trashed since he stopped writing it. And we'll send Cates over. He's desperate to write a Batman story. I feel like this would work. How do we get together? It's like the Dave
first off-
Chappelle show, the comic book lottery. In the draft.
These are not good ideas. Like these are just these are ramblings of. You come in, Nico. You come in with fire. Stop having us fat old men on the show, and then you give the biggest fat old man idea I've ever heard.
I should see what I want today.
No. Do you see that right now? They're laughing. They're going like,
That's right. That's the point of the joke.
You're up there talking about putting Jim Lee on X-Men books. What
I know. It would make me so happy. It would make everybody so happy.
not me.
Everyone would be
No.
happy.
No,
It'd be filled with joy.
no, I don't.
Fuck McClay he's gonna chime back in just so he can talk about how Jim Lee should be drawing X-Men, right, Brian? See?
One of the
What's
No. I mean, that's just not it. This is the thing. This is a good plan. I'm telling you, this is a good plan from DC as long as they let it go to fruition, like a lot of you were talking. As long as they let them throw it up against the wall and they take out the pieces that work. You realign what your A characters truly are, your B, C, and D characters. You go from there. That's what they need to do. And if they do that, they'll sell a couple books. If they don't,
I agree. I'd love to see Tinian writing Spider-Man. I think
No,
would
he should
crush Spider-Man.
write. He should write Moon Knight.
Keep in line with that Batman theme, huh?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Teen Titans. Oh, they already answered it.
Red X is in Teen Titans 2.
Yeah,
right?
I was about to answer it. Yeah, Teen Titans, exactly.
Is he in 1 and 2, or we don't know?
I'm not sure about one. I
thought
know
he was in the solicitation for
Yeah,
1.
I think one. I think one is and 2. Yeah.
Yeah,
you might
but
as well
man,
just
that
pick 'em
2
up
covers gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring that up right now here.
I'm gonna have to get my. Oh God, when's FOC? I need to order some just so I can have some. I
As
never
Mel
order
would
books.
say, it's T-shirt worthy.
Definitely one.
It is T-shirt worthy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gorgeous, man.
Red X T-shirts.
Go in.
Come on.
It's a win. I hope they have a chromium cover.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, look at how gorgeous that is, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even the A cover is good with him in the A cover. And just think, could that be Damien?
It's possible. I mean, they said that the original team was gonna have they're gonna be with new ones, so I'd imagine that
Because
it would
that's
still be what?
I don't know. It's a little
It would still
tall.
be Dick.
It's a
Yeah.
little tall.
he's gonna be
That's-
older.
I think that's going to be Tim. I think that's probably
That
Tim.
makes sense.
I think
That's
it's going to
another
be a
good one,
robot.
too.
Yeah.
I think it'd be dope if it was Tim. That would make Tim Drake actually be cool, in my opinion. Like,
Absolutely.
I've never been a fan of Tim Drake. I'm not saying he's a bad character. I just never been a fan of him. Jason Todd, when he came back as Red Hood, was badass. But like even Jason Todd, I didn't. It was always Damien and Dick Grayson. Man, those are the two badasses in my opinion. But we'll see.
I'd be cool with Tim.
Fun.
Yeah, I like also that they're using that Lobo, the kid Lobo. I think that's a good character. And what the hell is going on with Beast Boy and Cyborg? Are they merged or something?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Because that's what they look like on there.
Yeah, what
Beast.
happened?
Yeah, they look like they're merged. Yeah, by Beast. There you go. Remember that was He-Man. He-Man, you remember? Wasn't there a character in He-Man named By Beast or something like that?
Something like
Beast
that.
Man.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Beast Man?
Well, there was one that was called By something. By Curious, maybe.
Got enough of that in there.
So Nico and Carter went out.
We went
did
head to
something.
head, and Sleepy was too big of a fucking bitch. He didn't show up on the podcast. I'm already mad at him.
Well, you
He did
guys
for a
did.
minute.
By Beast. Yeah, By Beast.
What a name.
You guys did something that a lot of us wish that we could do right now. That unfortunately, I know us out in Arizona, a large group of us out in Arizona, do not have the ability to do this. You guys hit up a 60% off sale, right?
It was a crazy day. So, legitimately, Sleepy might have done better than all of us. Is he not coming on?
He tried to for a second earlier, and then he said he had a late night last night.
All right. Well, I'll tell you his story. He grabbed a rack of these books, like I'd say, I don't know, maybe a dozen copies cover.
Which one of these?
This is the Yara Floric, maybe first appearance.
You pulled it off the shelf. Yeah.
Yeah. He pulled like 12 of them off the shelf. They're like, yeah. Is that her? I don't know. We're gonna find out. But anyway, so he did good. I have a little stack of them myself, and I told him, I was like, I guess we'll just figure out together when we should sell them or not. But I don't think now's the time to be selling them since the TV shows are coming. But anyway, so we go to a chain store in Pittsburgh. Carter and I meet up there. We're both about 25 minutes early. I think we were the first car there, me and my buddy, and then Carter was the second car, and then about 35 people came there after. But the guy who was the manager lost the key to the store. Oh, wow. So we waited outside for 20-25 minutes. Eventually Carter just bounced and he went to another store in Pittsburgh. He couldn't wait. I stuck it out. Sleepy overslept.
Yeah, he just falls into that shit, man.
Draw your own conclusions. And he went elsewhere. He met us at another location differently. So Carter, do you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
I'll tell you what, you go first.
All right.
I'm cool organizing.
All right. I grabbed these for 50 cents a piece. The DC Afternoon Darkwing Duck stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this does not, I don't think, predate the series, but it came out the same year as the miniseries, right? So I don't know. I want to say the first issue is selling for $50. But I just got a ton of them, 50 cents a piece. If they will all disappear from the kids section of your comic shops, if they haven't already, inadvertently grab. No, he's on there too. But I just grabbed all of them that I saw that had Darkwing on them. You with me? Then,
as a matter of fact, real quick, Nico, if you guys check out the Hot 10, Darkwing Duck is on the Hot 10 this week. He is the third book. This, which is the first Darkwing Duck. It's like getting 90, what?
yeah,
50s
so
and
that one
309.8.
that one came out in, I want to say, September of 91, and then this one came out in November of 91, I think. Don't quote me on that, but it's like that close.
Still a great book to grab with everything that's going on right now with that character and the nostalgia. The comic book women did a really good show about 80s nostalgia and 90s cartoons, and they geeked out over Darkwing Duck too. So it's a character that everybody loves.
All right, so I basically just went and snagged as many variants as I could. 60% off, $12. That's a 1 in 25. That's a 1 in 25.
Nice.
The Spideys are, I think, you can't buy one for less than $100. I think the 1 in 25, the Spider-Man 2099, I don't think they have any on eBay. I think you got to buy them from overseas. I grab these every chance I can get. So it'd be like, I don't know, 60% off of 6 1/4. First appearance of Cowboy Ninja Viking. I just grab them every chance I get. Hey, for the record, Jack, you were right about Turtles. I underestimated how rabid the fan base was. Well done, sir. All right. These Crow books I grabbed.
Shout out John Z.
Yeah, the McFarlane book. I think, again, you have to buy it from overseas. I don't think you can, but it's not perfect. So I grabbed a couple other variants too to throw them in a little lot.
Can you show that book again real quick?
Which one? This one?
The McFarlane one? Yeah.
Yeah. Again, no, I think I paid full price for this at a different shop, $5. But they're like, I don't know. I think you have to order one from overseas and it's like $85. I looked it up. I sold those too early. I grab all Moon Knight variants at this stage of the game. It's just too goofy. I still have faith in Kill or Be Killed because I'm, basically an Ed Brubaker homer. That's the Walking Dead variant. I like this one. It was $15, probably overpaid. I think it's like a $40 book, but this one's selling for a lot more than I would have ever guessed. The Thrawn 4 variant.
Yeah.
The variant. I like this particular one. I'm not a big Amadeus Cho fan. Everybody else seems to be. But I like that cover, and I really like this one, the She-Hulk punching him in the head cover. This thing's taken off. All of the Story Thus Far variants are worth taking a look at if you see them. A lot of them you can buy cheap. Some are super expensive. The Moon Knight one's selling for super money. That one I think is a $40 book. This one is not. There's two really nice looking Mighty Thors. I like the other one, not this one, better. And I should probably buy the last copy on eBay. But whoops. The only cosplay variant I like. Right? The only one. Kid's awesome. The B cover of Raphael all of a sudden is selling for halfway decent money. Unbelievably, I picked up a Grendel #1. If you'd have told me I paid more than $1 for this at any point in time in my collecting history, I would have told you were nuts.
Yeah, this is a great book right here that you're about to show. Great, underappreciated book.
Look how. You want to tell them about it? Why it's so important? Look how nice.
So this is Neil Gaiman doing Hellblazer, Constantine. So
yeah, and there's an insert in it which makes it freaking impossible. So I paid $20 for that. He had 3 copies. The other 2 weren't that nice. I almost bought all 3. Grabbed an Injustice 1 variant.
Cool.
I still have faith in Injustice. Image newsstand. So Wildcats. I picked up a Spawn 1 newsstand.
Ooh, love this Sum. Show the Sum.
Oh, which one did you like?
Wolfman Wolverine is one of my favorite Sum ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Great book. Look how cool that. Show the whole thing.
Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah.
I do a bad job of showing books.
Yeah.
Right.
I love how he's holding them in his hand like that, and then he's got this claws in the other.
These are all the $3 variants, right? Like this. That's what I did. Anything that's got the little scratch out. I don't know where my pinky finger is, but they're $3.
Not bad. Tough book.
$3. I like the Flashdance, $3.
Nice.
I've been grabbing these X-Men 92s, but that's more about me and less about resale value. I think I finally have all of the Generations variants. I think they may be the next ones that pop. I still grab Bishop variants when I can get my hands on them. I think his days are his days coming. This is the only other variant for what's his face?
MODOK.
MODOK. There's the one from his mini series and this one that I'm aware of. This one's a 1 of 25, I think. Oh God, I don't remember. I grab Ms. Marvel variants every single time. You know what I mean? It's just like for $3. How do you say no? You've got me buying these goofy wraparound covers.
Marvel
now.
25th anniversary. Yeah.
I'm hooked. You got me hooked. I'm just buying them again.
Newsstand Wildcats.
So why is this important?
Newsstand Wildcats.
Gen 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's arguably the first Gen 13. That's the Gen 13 newsstand. I'm hoping and praying that they do the Pizza Dog episode on the TV show. If they do, I will be the happiest person in the world. I lost my second print, which has me really butthurt. This one's great, dude. So if Angela ever makes it to the MCU, I think this one might be more important than number 9 because it's such a pain in the ass to find a newsstand.
And there's so many number 9s out there. They're just a dime a dozen.
Well, the direct market ones are, but the Curse of Spawn 9 newsstand is a nightmare. The regular Angela 9 is not, real easy to find these days in high grade. I like this one, 1 in 25 for Prowler. I still think, if Childish Gambino plays the Prowler on the big screen, watch out. I loved this cover. Them playing karaoke, right? MJ for Corbin, She-Hulk for everybody else. All right, was it you that liked the redhead, or who liked the redhead?
Matt was the class, the MJ person. I'm on board with it.
These are gone from eBay. Can't find them. It's the number 10 variant. The Story Thus Far variants for number 10. Can't find them either. Let's see. I've been grabbing Power Ranger 1s, Mace Windu stuff, and then I got lucky and fell ass backwards into.
Wait, show that Mace Windu again?
This is the Dynamic Forces variant. With the photo cover of our buddy. Then, I fell into some older books too, but there's a couple that sort of are poignant for purposes here, just because it's kind of a modernish show. Battle of the Planets, the old gold key. The question is, will the Russo brothers actually do this?
Yeah.
And if they do, how high can this book go? I don't know.
All right. Supreme.
I'm done.
It's neat.
Nice. Great pickups.
Until we watch Carter knock my head off.
No, actually, no, because you've exposed me as me not knowing what I'm doing. I'm in my own little world, right? Just kind of picking and digging and doing whatever, and then you come into the store, and I'm like, and you knock my head off.
Not even true. Not true.
Now I don't think no, because you're talking about shit that I don't know. I know nothing about, and now I got to get on. But anyway, I don't think I took advantage of the the sale like I really, really wanted to. I did.
Oh, look at you!
Yeah, I got 2 of these. These were 20. These were 20.
Carter, can you turn up the graphics on your camera?
How?
Where's McClay when we need him?
Where is he?
I was trying to figure this out, but we might just keep Carter like this because it'll look better like that. Yep.
Sure.
All right. I'll bring up the books he's showing too.
Okay, so we came away. These were 20 a piece. I figured I'd pick them up. What were they? What are they going for? Like 75?
Yeah.
So after eBay fees, you get 50.
True.
So that's a half profit right there. Has anybody noticed? About Strange Academy number 2? Strange Academy number 2, $30 book.
Wow.
Number 2, not even
Wow.
number 1. Like easy $30 book. So got these for cover price at different stores. I don't know. I like this book. Now this was a sale book. I picked this up for cover.
Yeah,
Green
that
Lantern
was
30, the Mad variant.
He's pissing in the snow. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree
Why
more.
not?
Yeah. It's
Why
a matter
not?
of principle. How do you leave that behind? You
Yeah,
can't.
exactly. Oh, and this book. Now this book kind of fell out of favor for a hot minute, and now it's sort of kind of back. Green Lantern Lost Army.
David
number 2. Is this a 1 in 25 or 1 in 10? I forget.
I think it's a 1 in 10.
Okay. So, and I forget who this character is.
Jade.
But okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Arissa?
No, isn't that Jade?
No, I thought it was Arissa.
It might be then. It might be. I thought it was Jade.
Yeah.
And
I think
that's
I
not
know.
David Mack. I thought this was the David Mack Jade cover. It's not.
damn it, I forget who did this cover. But this book is doing around $30.
Nice.
30
Not
right
bad.
now. I remember selling this book off a couple of years ago, and I got it back. All right, yay for me. All right, JLA 26.
It's Ben Oliver. That's who did it.
Ben Oliver.
Ben
Okay,
Oliver,
yep.
yeah.
So JLA 26, first Jakeem Thunder, and
Nice.
take a look.
Newsstand.
We got a newsstand. Yes.
All right.
Well done.
Yeah, and it's funny. Most of these aren't even the sale books. Oh shit, we got a Luther Strode for cover price.
Bang, bro.
What are those going for now? Right now?
About $100.
Wow.
At least 80. I sold a set of all 6 for like 150, and I can't get rid of the number 1 I have for 100, but I bet I could get rid of it for 80. Like
Right.
that.
Let's see here.
Okay, there we go. Somebody's at 75. No wonder I can't get rid of
Wow, 114 for the set.
Okay.
it. Yeah, it's going down. Like last week it was higher. It'll pop back up, I think.
All right. We have some I don't know shit about turtles, real talk, but so I found a RI variant retail incentive. So this is number 34 for $5. I like this one. So this is number 37 for $5. And I actually like this one too. Number 40 variant.
Each one of these are that first one you showed is like a $25 book, easy.
Yeah. So with so this one has Bebop and Rocksteady
Nice.
number 40.
I wish we
And-
could make. Is there some way we can help with this camera?
No.
You want to try?
No.
Is
It's
my
a wrap.
shit fuzzy?
Yeah.
No, it's probably just his connection or having us all on here. I tried dropping us off, so it happens.
Well, here, watch this. I'm out.
Yeah.
I watch from afar.
No, that's not it, Nico. That's not
Oh.
it. That's already tried it. It's 100%. It's just it's the connection.
Really?
I mean, sometimes this happens. It's not your connection, Carter. Like it happens to Sleepy every once in a while. It used to happen with Nico all the time.
It did.
Yeah, it's just something that happens every once in a while, unfortunately.
Oh.
Blame Comcast. I like to blame Comcast.
Yeah.
Let's see. I did come away with
it's all
thi-
your
I,
neighbors streaming porn right now, and they're
I
sucking
know,
up
right?
bandwidth.
I did come away with this.
Oh,
Let's
wow,
talk
okay.
about this. Let's take a little bit and talk about this book.
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
And this is a Marvel Spotlight from the second series. What number is that?
Number 9.
Yeah, volume 2, number 9. And this is everybody talking about the Mr. E spec, right?
Yes.
So this is a very interesting book. There we go. Show everybody. And this is like even if you go to marvel.com where they talk about this Marvel fandom, it's very interesting because it literally says Mr. E's host, right? So and they are calling it like the first what are they? Venom or not Venom, but symbiote, right? Is this the first symbiote that they're talking about?
Peter David, here we come.
Yeah. So
I like Peter David too. I really do. I mean, I
his
grew up
Hulk
on Peter
stuff
David
is-
stuff.
Yeah.
I think most of us did.
Yep. His Hulk stuff was amazing, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
that's where Hulk became like badass in the late '80s. But yeah, this book, and then there's another one that everybody's going for this character, and I can't remember what it is right now. But anyway, yeah, this
I think
is
it's
Donnie.
Web of Spider-Man Annual 5.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
And I'll bring that one up right now. But everybody's going, crazy for this character because of Donnie Cates' spec, right? So, and we all know what happens with Donnie Cates and his spec. Look what Thor, God of Thunder 6 did, all that fun stuff, man. All right, is this it right here?
Yep.
Yep. All right.
Now,
So-
can you tell us a little bit about this book? Why it's important?
I don't know much about this.
Yeah,
This
it's he's briefly pictured in one panel. There's a flashback of so Captain Universe appears in this issue, and Captain Universe is kind of recalling some of his past I don't know, adventures or villains he's run into, and there's a picture of Mr. E in one of the panels. So
Wow.
it's not a huge role, but when you've got a character with only accounting that Marvel Spotlight and Web of Spider-Man Annual 5, there's only 2 in how many decades? 40 years, right? So
Yeah, and my trick is always to try to throw the other book, even if it doesn't sell for too much money, in with the main book and sell my lot quicker.
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like how Kroger's sells toilet paper real cheap, or at least they did before it became gold in the United States. Wonder. They're not expensive yet.
Now there's some that have sold higher than that.
See what the auctions have sold for.
Yeah, and the real
Is
question
that the
is,
most recent?
what will a high grade copy sell for?
Huh.
Well, here we go. Shit, $8. I'm down. I'll buy one.
Yeah, if you take volume 2 out, yeah.
Oh, $50. Watch
Yeah.
out for
There you go.
for a VF copy.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know if I'm in at $50, but congratulations to you, sir. Goodbye.
Captain Universe is a cool character.
Absolutely.
This is a very cool character, man.
I liked Captain Universe Spidey when I was a little kid. That was about as good as comics ever got.
Do you that X-Men book that I showed? That was that rare one that you had to send in, and they sent it back with your name on the cover. That is a Captain Universe book. It's
Nice.
actually a female Captain Universe book.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough book. So yeah, Carter, that's a dope score. And how much did you say you picked it up for, if you don't mind me asking?
I think one copy was $4, and I found another copy for $1.
Nice.
Where the hell
Nice.
is it? I don't know. It's somewhere.
You might overpaid for that $4 one, Carter.
I know, right? I got gypped.
Yeah. I love stuff like that, man.
What did we call ourselves today?
Grouchy old men.
No, well, we definitely did that too. But your mom had a good description for our our buying temperament.
Chintzy.
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 Very cheap. I'm cheap.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You walked away with the biggest stack ever, and the store wouldn't give you a discount. That was awesome.
Hold on. Yeah, I spent I spent serious money in this one store. Now that was for a bunch of Golden Age books too, But
Yeah.
not only I was like, dude, what, I can't get like 10%, nothing. Beyond that, they refused to give me a receipt. I was like, look, just because you guys want to cheat on your taxes doesn't mean that I want mine to be screwed up. Like, can I please have a receipt? Oh God, it was a disaster. Refused.
Wow.
Like, just like, no. I'm like,
that's
good.
weird.
Yeah.
That's really weird. All right.
Welcome
Let's
to
see.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah. It would be nice. Hey, it'd be nice to go digging. I don't have any digging anywhere. You know what I mean? I don't got
It
that
wasn't
shit.
like I was at a garage sale though. Like they were a brick and mortar store. They
Yeah.
refused to give me a receipt. What else
Yeah.
did you get, Carter?
I'll show you Moon Knight number 10, second print.
Oh,
Ooh.
well done.
I swear, I've been staring at this book for years, and I finally bit the bullet just because you were at the store, so I figured let me cut this guy off and pick this up because I knew you would have picked it up.
Yeah, I would have. As a matter of fact. Well done.
Thank you. Which you definitely did better. You definitely did better.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I look forward to seeing those war books that you picked up.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to do that on a more like not modern podcast. But yeah, I picked up like some Golden Age war books, like a Golden Age horror book, some Golden Age romance books. And I paid like, I don't know, like $12 a piece or something for them. I was so excited. I'm like, that'll be sold in a lot. Like, you're going to be out the door next.
I know, right?
Stay low. Off you go.
So have you guys sold much on eBay lately? I know a lot of people have been saying recently that I've heard that eBay has been slowing down. I know it's that time of year, but it just feels a little bit different this year, obviously.
I'll have done 3K by the end of this weekend in the last week. And that's with being quarantined for COVID and trapped in my bedroom, except for when nobody was here and I could escape my bedroom for a few hours, like being physically ill, to go downstairs and grab books and take pictures of them and list them.
Yeah.
Just because I had the time to do it. People are absolutely buying shit on eBay. And people who say that they're not are being crybabies. Sell, buy. The market's booming. It's bananas. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree.
You guys tell me what you think, because my gut tells me that if there are state lockdowns, people are just going to spend more money on eBay. I don't think there's going to be some sort of buying freeze. People buy comics. I mean, that was kind of like the lesson of COVID for me anyway. I thought that, like, you know, when this all went crazy in like April and May, that, oh boy, you know, comics are here we go. Down she goes, and up they went.
I know people like to hear, the reason I know is because people, message us and talk about this all the time, but they like to hear what things have been sold for, and stuff like that. And so I sold a couple items. I haven't been putting stuff on eBay forever. And I was like, screw it, I need to start putting. So I put two things on there. They sold, right? I was able to sell these on there, which were on there earlier, but I think me putting another set on there has kind of like shot like the views or something. So, but I sold this for, I think I sold this for like $240 for the set. And then I sold a set of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles books for $120, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sure I could have got more for the set, but they're not newsstands. They're definitely.
I just popped off a number one direct market for $100 today. I think I was with Carter when it sold. Out the door.
You were like,
I was like dancing in the store.
Yeah.
Like,
I got two more.
I don't give a shit about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Archie comics. No, I do not.
I'm putting up two more number ones this week, and if they sell for $100, great. You know what I mean? That's awesome. But yeah, things are selling, which is great. It feels. I just don't know what to believe, because some people are saying that it feels like everything's slowing down, but maybe they were just selling ungodly amounts over the last.
I think that's the reality of it, right? Like everybody that was active on eBay, they were just having record sales. We've talked about this privately. Like I noticed that, I sell hot trash when it's hot. I just do. Like, ooh, it's at the top of the market. Boom, out she goes. Right, kick it out the door. But I had more unpaid items. It drove me crazy. And there's so many shenanigans in that I couldn't like.
I wish Kyle was here because it's a perfect timing. I want to talk about unpaid items and eBay fuckery and shenanigans.
Oh, and how about the fees? And you got to fight with them to get your fees back. And like, I mean, it's just a nightmare, dude. But I couldn't relist them because it would look like a fraudulent sale. And sometimes, you ready? Sometimes they wouldn't pay for them. And I'd be pissed off at how low they sold for. And then I was just like, oh, thank you. I'll take that back. I sold a rack of like Wonder Woman books, like a short box for nothing. And then this moron didn't pay for them. And I was just like, well, thank you. We're putting those in smaller lots.
I've heard a lot more people saying that they are getting less. They're getting more of those where people just aren't paying, which is crazy. And we all are in some group or another that tracks shitty eBay, patrons and people's lists. I mean, I'm in a couple groups where people will just say, add this one to the list, add this one to the list, and everybody's got a running list. And I think that's
the problem is it's like buyers with like 4 feedback that cause 90% of the grief.
Yes. And I'm glad Marco's here because he can talk about this too. We're seeing a lot of fuckery going on with eBay in general, whether it's people not paying that have bought, pumping and dumping, which is always something that goes on. eBay fees are outrageous still. And this whole thing where they don't pay people like after a month until they get their I guess they're waiting to pay people now. Like if you're selling stuff and it goes into your PayPal account, you have to wait a month to get that money, which is crazy. That's more bullshit I don't want to deal with. You know what I mean? So eBay just seems like a stomping ground for fuckery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get paid for any of the stuff that I sold. I mean, it's all somewhere. I mean, yeah, it's tough, dude.
They take too much money out.
Yeah,
it's too expensive to use eBay. That's the hard part.
12%, 13%.
Oh, damn, that's steep. I'm glad I don't sell.
Well, and yeah, I mean, it's tough. And margins are slim. I mean, Carter talked about it, right? Like, I got this book. I got 2 of them. I paid $20 a piece. They're selling for $75.
Yep.
When it's all said and done, I'll have about $50.
Yeah, that's not.
And then you get that eBay fucking fee at the end of the month, and you're like, "Fuck."
Yeah, the store fee, and they're taking their amount, and yeah, Kyle, I think you said exactly how I feel, that it's become more of a hassle to sell on eBay than it is selling like on Instagram or in Hangouts or in Discord or live auctions.
The only problem with eBay is that's where all the traffic goes.
Yes.
When you think, hey, I want to buy a book, you don't think, a lot of people, they don't think, hey, I'm going to go to Instagram. You go fucking ebay.com and you start scrolling through eBay. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
And then now you're worried because as a seller, eBay's not going to back you no matter what you do. So
you're already wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So now you're crossing your fingers that the ass wipe across the country you just sent your book to is not going to go, it's not like the description, and they keep it. And then you're out fucking $300 for a book.
Yeah.
Like when
I've had this one.
Miraculously few instances like that. Not that I haven't had them happen, but in light of like how horrible I know people are just because I watch television, I would have thought it would have been a lot worse. Thank God it's not.
This is the one I love. The one that I love is this. They get the book. it's ranked as, if they're talking modern, we'll only talk about modern ones. So of course you say new mint or near mint plus. You list it. You do 7 to 8 pictures because all of ours have 8 pictures on average. You show them every single thing there is. You don't even list it as near mint plus. You should just list it as near mint. You send it out. Person gets it. They have a discrepancy. Okay, send it back. We'll give you a full refund. They give you a 1 star, 0 star, whatever. They screw your ranking up. And then they say, you're like, hey, what's going on here? And they're like, well, I want you to either give us the book or pay. I want you to pay for shipping back. Was there anything wrong with the book? Well, no, but when I got it in hand, I realized that like I wanted like maybe a higher grade, or they'll make up some excuse like that. Okay, well, thank you. Just ship it back. No. I'll change my score if you pay for the shipping to ship it. So now you're paying for their stuff, you're paying for the shipping there, and you're paying for the shipping back. So you better make sure your profit margin. And it does. You're right. It doesn't happen all the time, Nico. But like that type of stuff. That type of stuff is happening more and more. It seems like. And now maybe it's different too, because now that shows are closed, like eBay money used to be just like, who cares when they pay us? You know what I mean? Like we were making show money. Who cares about eBay money? You know? I mean, I know it sounds weird, but like it was just a bonus. But now it's like, oh, everything's tied up there. Do you want to? You only have so much time in the day, right? Like
and you have to do major volume to not be annoyed by that kind of shit. And if you're doing major volume, get ready for your 1099 because you're gonna have a couple of them. One to the employee that you hire full time to help you. One that you're getting from PayPal or eBay, or you know what I mean, whatever vendor, third party vendor you're using. So I mean,
well, I've been talking to this with a lot of people in this video feed right now. I was just talking with Nico today about how hard it is to sell on eBay on anything that is like under $50. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting to the point. I'm not going to put anything on eBay for less than 20. At the very least, nothing under $20 is ever going on my eBay again. It's not worth it.
Higher.
Yeah, it should be 50 to 100. To be honest, it should be.
And the way to do that is not like I don't want you to get stuck with individual items. You just sell lots of stuff. Yeah. Right. My personal favorite, investor lot. But
which I will be taking advantage of that for sure.
You can do runs too, and people score, man. The guys that got my my investor lots that I sold when I was convinced, well, market's gonna fall like a ton of bricks as the American economy topples. Before I realized that I really underestimated John Galbraith's theory of economics. Whoops. Looks like we can just print money in America. Who'd have guessed? Didn't know.
Perfect example, real quick.
Coming down.
Perfect example of you can't tell what the hell is going on with StreamYard. Look how good Carter's connection is right now.
Right.
All right.
Crystal clear.
Strong like bull.
Oh, so.
The neighbor finished.
Yeah, the neighbor finished.
It was the climax.
I closed a bunch of windows on my computer, so
that was probably it.
Yeah, your neighbor still has an iron. Your neighbor still has an iron sock.
Oh man!
But it's the lots, right? Like, is that what you guys do? I mean, does anybody list small dollar items?
Hell no. No, you build it up to where it's
your number's 100, right, Carter?
Yeah, you have to where I got to clear 100 after fees.
Yeah,
and shipping
after fees.
Yep.
But I tried doing smaller item books, and you know what? It just kicked me in the ass because it's like at the end, I was like, I just didn't really make any money.
Well,
and the effort,
exactly,
the Gemini, the extra cardboard, the freaking bubble wrap, the blue tape, the whatever shipping tape. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And then that's all before, as you said, man hours, which is invaluable. It just becomes tough. I like doing lots, and people get deals. You know what I mean? Like, I blow stuff out when it's hot, and maybe it gets hotter. I made major mistakes that way, but it's like, and we were talking about this before, Brian. Like, I don't want people that watch the podcast to think that anybody on here would ever suggest that they don't make major mistakes buying and selling comics.
Mostly buying.
Yeah, you don't want to always hit.
Right. We just win more than we lose, right? You know what I mean? Like that's it. You just
Well, and JJ has a good point there where he was saying that he almost wonders if it's the comic collectibles and buyer people because he has far fewer problems with video games. Now, I mean, video games, you don't have as much of the, ooh, there's a spine tick in my video game. I don't want it and send it back. You know, and I mean, collectors in the toys and comic books in that market, I mean, we're picky bitches. I don't know about you guys. I'm a picky bitch. When I get a book and it's a rare incentive and it's lower and you mail it to me just in a bag and board and in a bubble envelope and the frickin' Cliff Clavin sits on it in his seat and bends the fuck out of it and folds the corner over and then slides it between it and then slams it in my mailbox. Yeah, I'm going to be pissed because you don't know how to ship for shit. I'm going to write you a bad review. But on the other hand, it's super unfair to have it, you know, all the extra cardboard, all that bubble wrap, all that tape. eBay just, I don't, their prices, how do you fix it? What do? Do you get a bunch of smart guys together and start a new, better eBay?
Brian and I have been talking about that for 5 years.
Yeah, it's impossible because, and here's why: state tax codes are different, and they're always changing. I'm not a tax lawyer, but I know enough to know that that's a nightmare for people that are a lot smarter than me. Zatari tried, and I think that's what eventually just they threw the white flag in.
I think the
that.
answer, right?
That's probably where we took one of the biggest. That's probably where we, in the last 5 years, that's probably where we took one of the biggest hits on eBay. Was when they started incorporating the state tax thing. You wouldn't believe how many people in that first 3 weeks were cussing us out, sending stuff back. Why didn't you tell me about this? And we're like, it's not in my state. Like I can't. And we thought we were going to be in big time trouble because we saw that was probably our largest percentage of kickbacks. And we're not people that, like, for a while we used to Wednesday Warrior. We used to do that. We used to be first listed, highest price. We don't do that anymore because we just, even with that, I think the part that we're missing is it's not all on buyers. There's some tomfoolery going on with sellers too, which is just a whole nother thing. I mean, one of the reasons we were talking about this is because we saw a guy who somehow listed a book that everybody else was selling for $3.99. He sold 10 to the same person for $14.99 at the point where everybody saw listing for there's listing like all over.
What was Arizona?
What was this book?
No, I'm not kidding. I'm just saying we've seen it before.
A schmuck that likes to saber off bottles, maybe.
It is. And then I asked, like, I put it in the chat, like, does anybody hurt? Wait, isn't this guy in Arizona? You guys have to know this guy, and y'all knew who the guy was, and they're like, yeah, that's like part of their thing, and I get it, and like some people honestly get caught up in it because there's times before too where we're like, what are we going to do? This book is selling, and we have 5 copies. Sure, we're not going to put it up for that price, but we're going to undercut them a bit, and we're going to sell them because when you can get
I don't worry about
for a book. Yeah, I understand that, but like,
well, but I don't worry about the weak cons like you're talking about, right? They stick out like a sore thumb. What scares me is I know there are good cons, people who are actually like smart and conniving and treacherous and diabolical, maybe arguably. Lord only knows what kind of chicanery they're up to. So it makes it tough.
I think if you've been around long enough, like, you know what, you've seen some stuff happen before. There's some books that are famous for this. There's an argument of what a first appearance is, and somebody went on a site before and said, by the way, I'm doing this to the book, and went through the steps, showed you all the screenshots of what he did, and people still are like, yeah, that's fine. Why did it jump up so high? Like, you have to, I don't know, man. It's shady.
Well, and
it really
for
is
example, shady. I've seen just recently, I was looking at some book. I was going to sell it, right? And I was trying to figure out what the hell it cost. And I saw a live auction that was at a number that was like, I don't know, 40% higher than a buy it now of the same book in the same slab. And I'm like, oh, come the fuck on. Like,
well, I think that's one of the things that people need to be weary of, or not weary of, but know about, is that what sometimes happens with these items is people will go and obviously fake a sale and make it look not super high, but high enough. And they'll sell a bunch of those to create a little bit of buzz in the market, and that jumped that $3.99 book to $14.99. You know what I mean? Like it'll jump, and then they're like, okay, now it's creating a buzz on a book that I've got 40 of or 100 of. I don't know how often I don't know if it happens as often as we think, but listen, there's a lot of internet detectives when it comes to comic books. There's a lot of and you're right for the most part. Yeah, thank God. But don't think that you're going to get away with this shit because people are watching.
I mean, and the reality is that a lot of people think that they're really good at it and they're trash. But it's good that people are watching, and it's even more important. All I'm saying is fraud's at an all-time high in our market, in our community. So, everybody's just got to remember to keep their eyes open. Because it's not intuitive, right? I mean, it's not intuitive, though. You know what I mean? Like, when I'm looking to buy stuff, like, I don't really, like, I'm like, oh, I want that. I don't, and I should.
FOMO, bro. It's FOMO. It's people see that things are going for this much, and they're rising in price, and they're selling 10 at a time. And they're going, holy shit, I need to jump on this because I'm going to miss out no matter what the book is. And Kyle is right. There's fucking Facebook groups like for this shit,
Well, the Facebook's real interesting, right, Kyle? You're talking about the buying groups, or you're talking about the fraud that happens in the selling group?
Oh, yeah,
or
the fraud. It like when Facebook, when the selling comics first started on Facebook, it was a great place to buy books. You were getting them things for a great price because it was below eBay because there was no fees, there was no extra. People were selling books closer to what for a better price, and then everybody jumped on it, and the fuckery and the scamming just went absolute crazy on it. I stopped buying on it because of it. I had abandoned eBay for like 2 years, and I swore on just Facebook and these Facebook live sales and these Facebook auctions. I just sat and I bought, and I got like 20 more of those Turok books.
You got some gold in there, or what's up? You got a gold one?
Nah, somebody in the chat's talking about
Alan for joining.
Fucking Darkhawk.
Yeah, so what they do in those auctions, though, the Facebook auctions, right, is they have shill bidders. People don't really understand what shill bidding is.
But explain what shill bidding is.
Well, they throw that term around.
You figure it out pretty quick, though. I do, because I know what I want to spend for a book. So when it starts going fucking ass back crazy, I know well, maybe just me, but what's going on.
See, real auctions are heavily regulated, right? Like by real auctioneers. Mm-hmm. And Marco, I know you go to a lot of those. Are you a licensed auctioneer?
I don't talk about what I do in my real life, bro.
Fair enough. The point is, you got to be licensed in every state, and the reason it's a heavily regulated market is because of the opportunity for
fraud.
I mean, it's just rampant, right? It's just absolutely rampant. So you have people that kind of like throw out these fake bids on whether they're Facebook auctions or eBay auctions, trying to either prop up a sale by one of their friends or business associates, or I think what happens, unfortunately, to me some of the times is because I sell hot shit at the top of the market. They're just trying to like double down and confirm the validity of their own purchase, right? Mm-hmm. And then they get stuck with the book and they're like, well, I'm not paying that. I was just trying to make sure that it sold for more you know what I mean?
Or their own spec. How many people out there, get riled up on some spec that they came up with, and now I'm sure that there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's funny because Patrick mentioned Star Wars fans are rabid, but that was one of the books we were talking about. We were posting it real time while it was happening, looking at books going from, and not the book he's mentioning, but a different book. And you could buy it for $3.99. Anybody could have bought it. There's 20,000 listings. There's a guy who sold 80 of them, like at $3.99. and then all of a sudden, one store in Phoenix that the Absolute guys have a lot of familiarity with. Tempe. Matt, do we have any sound bites for this, by the way?
I've actually learned how to saber off fucking bottles of champagne, so I plan on bringing out the saber.
Anyways, but I mean, that's it. So then all of a sudden, one guy, while everybody's paying $3.99, sold 10 of these books for $14.99 a piece to somebody. And then the next sale was still for $3.99. The next sale was still for $3.99.
I don't know what just happened, but you killed Kyle.
Yeah, it's
Kyle's dead.
It's kind of an
inside joke. Yeah.
It is a very good long-term inside joke.
Yeah, it is a good one.
But that stuff happens. I mean, you should look at some of these books, go back into past sales, look at it. And we're not even talking, me and Nico have talked about long-term, about the ones where the book sale that they had disappears after 3 months when it actually has to get processed through, which is a whole nother tomfoolery that's going on.
Yeah, dude. And, we've seen the good sites that we've trusted for a long time go down. Flipper Tools no more, right?
I need.
I mean, you name them, but all these places that sort of logged eBay sales, not just of CGC books like GPA does, and they're just not available to us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at some of the comments, but some of them have gone down. It's bad what they're doing with that, and it gets scary as a seller on eBay because at the end of the day, when you're talking about those Facebook groups, Kyle, I used to sell a lot in those, and I would sell under market because the people were kind of cool. Like, you didn't care so much. It was more like a con where you're like, I don't have to get top dollar. I'm not going to get killed by PayPal fees and eBay and them holding on to my money forever. And then have to worry about somebody sending it back. And now I'm going to have to pay another $20 in shipping because I want it back first class. I don't want them over there slashing it up. And I'm going to have to get insurance on it because if that thing comes back looking like it was ran over, or all of a sudden a slab that was perfectly fine, you said there was a scuff in it, and now you cracked the thing open.
I think something you hit on. You said that you would sell on those sites because they were cool, right? And that's another thing that is good about maybe those things is one thing that I think of is they become like a community. Bird City,
the CGC boards is the prime example of that.
And so like you have I was watching Bird City Comics did an exclusive reveal tonight, and one thing that they do is they bring on their fans on they pick random people from their fan group because they have a community that they've created that is more than just a buying and selling group, right? They know about each other. They're more real than just a eBay name. You know what I mean? They know who these people are. And that is interesting. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but it's interesting to see how that is like creating this weird community. It's
I love the CGC boards for buying and selling comics, and it's something that I haven't done since I got back into comics that I used to do forever ago. But I don't have my kudos feed anymore, and like I reached out to them, and they're like, "Just link the old one," and I'm like, "No, it's so old that you guys changed systems," and then they didn't respond to me anymore. I might have to call Matt and ask him for help, but that's a great place to buy books that you can't buy anywhere. And Sleepy loves selling books there, man. People buy books. They don't overpay for them, but they pay for them. And, I mean, it's just a self-regulating community. And I think it's a treasure that people who are serious about comics use. And if you're serious about comics, I'd take a look at it, even if it's just a buy.
Well, here's another quick thing. Invite to Raid says, all right, I want to know who this is, so I don't buy from him. Well, we're not necessarily going to say that, but what I will say is this, and this is becoming way more common. There's a lot of groups out there, like hangout groups and chats, where they will share their eBay non-payer list.
You ready? The CGC boards has the most epic,
huge one.
And that's what I was going to get at.
The most epic one ever. Right?
So
it's like,
you can,
you're out.
Yeah, invite. You can go to the CGC boards. You can search Facebook groups. I would suggest you put those names into your list if it's something that is happening more and more to you. I know there's been a couple of commenters tonight that have said that they've had. I think Dennis Hayes said that this last week he's had a ton of those type of events happen. So,
well, that's what made me stop selling on Facebook. was I sent this dude a couple Deadpool books. I think he spent like $7. I put tracking on everything, just like we all do. We put tracking so we know it gets there. Dude wanted his money back. Went to my neighbor's house. How the fuck do you know it went to your neighbor's house? Well, he didn't give it to me. He kept it. I want my money back. What the fuck do you mean he got like? You're gonna bitch at me over $7? I didn't even want to sell them for $7.
And eBay will fight for that person, like you said in the beginning. You know, we're the seller is already going into a losing battle. So maybe that's rule number one they need to change. Like that's rule number one that eBay needs to change for people to start maybe thinking about, okay, I only want to sell at eBay, because now here's what you have to do. Unfortunately, if you want to sell consistently at and decent and make some decent money, you got to use everything other than eBay. You got to use Mercari. You got to use OfferUp. You got to use Instagram. You got to use live auctions. You know, otherwise we're SOL. You know,
what are some of the most common cons you think that are out there that people can look for?
Switch a book.
I got in a car accident.
From buyers or sellers?
Either way, but both ways. Just for people who maybe are just getting into it and wanting to know what to look for.
I'll tell you something that just happened to me today. I was talking to Nico about this, where I bought two. I don't even want to like bring them up in my room. I'm just that disgusted. But I bought 2 copies of Spider-Man 361. They're both newsstands, and and there was a seller with 0 feedback, and I got them. First off, they came in just an envelope, okay, and because I bought them separately, I wound up paying separate shipping, and they came in the same envelope. Okay, that's one thing. And then I got baited and switched on, where the books in the pictures weren't what I got. You know what I mean? So I wound up paying, I want to say like $80 for 2 copies of, the first Carnage. Now, they're still worth what I paid for them. You know what I mean? So I'm still kind of, I'm not, now Nico said, just hold on to it, just bite the bullet on it.
Yeah, screw it. Because it's not worth the grief, right?
Yeah.
For the same reason that it's not worth the grief for me not to just pay for the guy's return shipping and move on. And you know what I mean? It's like you pay for peace of mind. But when it's just these isolated incidents, it's like, who cares? But in the aggregate over time, it wears on you, right? And eventually you get to the tipping point where you're just like, this motherfucker, right? And you just want to like,
point where you look at and you're like, you almost to the point where you cross your fingers that it's not going to go awry.
Well, and that's the next question: is do you guys have a number that?
Wait, hold on. Matt asked a question I would like to answer. So I think Carter's right, but I think it's both ways. The bait and switch, like the one where they tell you this isn't the book, I actually want to return the book. Cool, I'll take the return. And your book comes back nowhere close to what you sent out there. And it's not something you did. You ask them for pictures. They won't send you pictures. And when they got rid of, we were on when they had buyer feedback, right? Like you could feedback on the buyer for you. And as soon as eBay took that off, that was the end. And it always has been. It always has been. And like we've tried to go to other things, but I think that one is what Nico was talking about, where you have somebody come in like in fake bids. Some of these, think about it. Like if you got to pay the fees on it, if you're paying 32% on, let's say $1,000 book, if you're willing to push it up enough, doesn't seem so bad if you have to pay that to get the bigger fee for your, like if it's a nowhere book, especially if you have 5 of them, it's not, that's the other scam that I hate. I really do. I really hate the 2 is the one where they shift it back. I mean, I know I complain about the guy saying pay for it or I'm going to give you a bad grade, but that's more of a pain in the butt than anything else. I sold, you sell those books as soon as you get back, you resell them anyways. It's no big deal. But the bait and switch one's bad. And then when people blow up these books with fake sales, and you could just tell, like in 3 months it's going to come back or something like that, and you're just trying, and then you know that, hey, I hope I get mine out. I kind of feel a little bad selling it for some of that stuff, but like at the same time, what are you going to do? I mean, the new price isn't the high price, right? You're not going to get that, but like it does chap on you sometimes, like wearing down the fact of is this a real sale? Did this person really sell it for that amount? Or is this something when somebody's going to go like, I want a refund in 2 weeks when the bottom drops off the book? And you're just like, man, I should just not even wasted my time with it. Like not even waste my time.
I've just found a big chunk of sellers that I know I've gotten used to, and I kind of stick with them.
Yeah.
Especially Facebook. There's a group of sellers that, I've used and used and used. And
I've never bought a book from Facebook.
Wow.
No, I lied. I bought one. I bought a Batman Beyond #1 third print. My buddy called me and was like, there's that book that you have been looking for is in an auction. And I just pressed it to the point where like nobody knew what it was. But like there was some other guy who was bidding on it who clearly did too, and eventually he was just like, "I fucking quit." Like you're a psycho.
I told Jesse
it was like he was like $26. I'm like $126. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things.
But I noticed on those Facebook Live sales though too, like a lot of those sellers end up trusting their buyers, and then they end up overpaying the books. I mean, do you think that's worth it? Because he's good, so you just.
I don't ever pay for anything intentionally ever. In fact, if I pay market, I'm mad at myself, and I put those books away so that I don't remember that I bought them. I go back later and look at them with the fresher.
That's one of my favorite things to do in the Facebook auctions is sit there and watch for people overpay on fodder, overpay on books that are.
And part of me thinks that's fake, right? Like I can't even rationalize that it could possibly be a real thing. And I'm like, shill bidding. This isn't real. No one in their right mind would pay that amount for that book.
Well, like I was saying before,
but that's where I don't think it is.
I think people get overexcited.
Yeah. I that's not where, because I mean, I see it like in
real
life.
I'm telling you, in my heart, I can't believe that that's real. I'm like, these people are fucking morons. There's no way. It's not real. It's all fraud.
See, there's a difference between that and when you see there's 7 books in a lineup. All 7 are the exact same. Somebody's paying 99 cents. Somebody's paying 120. What was it? The 99 cents one? And one bid for 99 cents. Solo, is this it? One for 99 cents. And right under it, one bid, $350. Exact same book. Higher grade, 99 cents for the bid. The lower grade, one bid, $350. Like how...
And then there was another one that was, let me see, there was 9 days left on one, and it was at 110. And then the one above it, there was 5 days left at 290 something. So basically $300 or $340, something like that.
Yeah, everything wasn't
quite right there, but there was still 5 days left on the auction, and they were building that. And then at the very top one, it was 99 cents. It was ridiculous.
It was, yeah. I mean, that's where you start going like, oh wait, this is.
And are these? Was that on a book that matters, or just?
It was So this is the
trash?
sad. No. So this is the sad part. The sad part is it's books that you see come up, and honestly, people will write articles or talk about them and say, hey, maybe this down the line will be something good, and people are going and taking those books. Like I'm not saying anybody here. I'm not saying anybody associated with us. I'm just saying, like, if you guys, for example, showed the books you showed today and said, hey, I'm picking up all these Moon Knight, because we've been talking about Moon Knight a lot. I'm picking up all these Moon Knight books. And then all of a sudden that book shows up. People are taking those and putting them up there and going like, oh, well, yeah, they only got for $2, but we're selling it now for $50. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not books that have been selling for that much. They're books that are lower, and all of a sudden they go from selling for $5, and you can still buy them for $10 or $12 in the same grade, or you could get them graded, literally get them graded for cheaper, a couple $100 cheaper in a slab, perfect slab, and people are all of a sudden 3 times one bet or one raise 300. What is that, dude? I don't get it. I can't talk about it without giving away what they're doing, but like, I think
that Edward Tonner, he makes a great point that peace of mind from a trusted seller is worth a premium. And that, yeah, man, that's a great point. Well, but this brings me to ask this question to you guys. As a person who has a YouTube personality, whether you guys think it or not, you guys are all YouTube personalities. In the comics world where there are these, there's people actually doing pumping up. Are you guys afraid to say your eBay names or your selling names because you're a personality? Because instantly everybody's going to,
Oh yeah, I absolutely keep my eBay secret. Get the fuck out of here. I sell on other people's eBays just to keep my anonymity.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what I do for a living. Marco won't tell you that. But I'm sure as fuck I'm not going to tell you what my eBay listings are. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't care.
The funny part is I still don't talk about, I don't sell books I talk about, right? Like if I'm talking about a book, it's like way in the future that I'll be selling it. Because I'm not that organized. Like this shit's not going to get processed. It's just going to go in boxes and sit and it'll be hot, cold, hot, cold. But I only run, like, Jesus God, maybe at most ever 50 eBay sales, right? Or like live auction, like auctions and buy it nows at a time. I'll try to do like 20 live auctions a week if I'm really rocking and rolling.
What's your name?
I advertise mine. I don't care. I have no problems.
I mean, you got a cool name though. Like I try to test mine. I'll be like, I go to people in the comic community on Facebook, like, hey guys, y'all heard of the comic book barbarian? And they're like, who the fuck's that guy? And I'm like, okay, good, we're good.
People still find me though, dude. Like the way I found that 79-cent sale is that I sold a book on my buddy's eBay to try to help him like raise a little bit of money and like get some feedback on his eBay because he didn't have any basically. And somebody watched the podcast, saw the book, and was like, "Is this Nico?" And he's like, "No, but it's his friend." Why? He's like, "Oh, well, they're having a sale in Pittsburgh," and that's how I found out about a sale. So I was pretty excited about that.
Where was that comment by that guy? Okay,
but I feel like I'd have more people that don't like me than actually do like me. But maybe that says more about my like self-esteem than it does anything else.
Hold on.
Can I address this or no?
Hold on. Yeah, 1 second, because I want to stick on this topic just for a couple more minutes. All right. So Carter, you said that you advertise yours, which is interesting because that's what I did. Not thinking about it, and I still talk about it because I'm kind of on the lines of no, I'm not doing anything dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost, like you said, Nico. Like you said, Nico, I've lost more money in not selling shit.
Oh, wait a second. How about you ready? And running my fucking mouth about things.
There you go.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Yes.
Oh, if I would just not tell people things.
Like here's a perfect example. I have a couple books that were really hot and that are still decently hot months ago, but I'm like, do I put them up now? Like for example, Outlawed. I have one of them getting graded.
I couldn't sell mine
raw
because of the bullshit.
But that's what I'm
like. This book's stupid. This book's stupid. And I'm like, I just can't even fucking sell the one copy I have. God damn it.
Well, I
ran my mouth about it, and somebody cleaned out eBay. Like literally from the time I started that podcast. The best part, right, is all the dum-dums that think that Ben like bought all the books and is like perpetrating some fraud. I literally got on, like looked, bought a copy, right? Got on there, talked to him about the book, was like, and if you guys don't buy them by the end of the podcast, you're stupid. There's like 8 copies. If there's any left by the time I get off, they're gone. And then one of the comments, like 45 seconds later, is like, they're all gone. I'm like,
yeah, it's a shout out to Drunken Chat. That's like you watch a Drunken Chat show and you go look on comics, sold comics. Right, well, you go look at sold comics on there, and it's all the comics that they were talking about that episode. Like it's just,
hey, this here is a whole new world for me. Okay, and I used to wonder what the hell causes books to just blow up. You know what I mean? And then I just kind of, and then I came across all of this and it's like, oh, okay, I know why now.
But you can't stop it. That's the problem. Like even if you do something like we do over on the Star Wars show, where we just try to explain, hey guys, here's what's in the book. We will show you the panels. We will tell you, in our opinion, either important or not important. You can't stop it, man. Because just even showing them the inside panels or talking about a book or talking about a storyline, and then it gets wiped out. You can't do anything about it. But that's not why I don't use my name. I don't use my name because we got to file taxes, and we file taxes under a business, and I don't think you want to get into all that stuff.
I don't sell on eBay like comic books or anything at this point. 2 reasons. One, I tried it once and I got in a bidding war with myself on a book I was selling. So I decided me and my Commodore 64
You shield your own book?
was against myself. I got in a bidding war against myself on a book I was selling.
I've done that before.
So,
It's tough. The fees are tough when you do that. You know what I mean?
It is. It was like, wow, I just cost myself a shit.
Coming and going.
And it was like, wow, this whole game right here, me and my Commodore 64, not in this realm. And I mean, I would try maybe because I'm looking to sell some more Star Wars toys and action figures and that shit, right? So maybe I will try it with that. But for selling books, I just it's too it's too close to the surface. One, I don't like the fees and all the extra crap. I don't like the shipping. I'm terrible with everything that I got going on. I'm working 50, 60 hours a week right now. I don't have the packaging and the organization and the and the organization and stuff. So that's a whole nother problem. So, I mean, I'll look to sell books some other way just to keep a clean name. But I completely understand how, where, and why people do, sell on eBay. Plus they are on podcasts and things and talking about stuff and able to get their name out there. And that's good for business. I mean, you kind of almost want to do that.
Yeah, but that's not I do the exact opposite, right? Like I get on podcasts because I feel like I have an ethical duty to keep the hobby informed about the fucking insanity that's going on. And while be like, that's stupid. That's cool. Check this out.
Sure.
Read more over here or whatever. But for the love of God, I don't want any like attention or like notoriety for like some financial purpose. It would freak me out.
But we're also still selling books. We all sell books.
Yeah, I sell books so that I can buy stuff I couldn't otherwise afford.
I get it, and that's why that's the thing that people just need to understand is like, listen, we're just selling books. Like, not all of us are doing nefarious things. If we are doing nefarious things, confront these people. You know what I mean? Confront them. I get that, but too many people are out there, I think, are afraid to say they sell books if you're in this community because you're so worried that you're going to get canceled. Yeah.
Stigma attached to that. Yeah.
Well, and
possible negative stigma.
Yeah. And with all of that I said, I also want to point out that I'm not by any means this giant, huge, great speculator. By the way, if you guys are not picking these up, I think this book's going to be hot. This number one. You guys should buy as many.
Give him the gong again. Give him the gong again.
This book. And then your second pickup should be in that realm. And if you go to my eBay page, there's none of that on there because I hold those. I'm sleeping on those. I'm sitting on them for as long as I can because I am going to freaking landmine one day.
On that note,
that's perfect. He said that was awesome. We need it one more time.
For all of you guys that don't know what that sound is, there's a famous video of a guy in a Sam's Club or a Costco, and he walks up to the to the phone that they talk to, and he
Intercom.
puts it on his ass and rips a big fart, and that's the sound that reverberates through the whole store when he does it. So Matt, can you give it to him one more time? So which one of you guys in here, the next time you're in one of those stores, will instantly try and do that?
I'll get arrested and killed.
No matter how old I get, farts will always be funny.
And
So-
Carter, at least finally we can agree about something.
So very, very cool. Like I enjoy talking things like this that are kind of, like people are kind of afraid to talk about this stuff, but it's a big part about our hobby now, especially us that play the speculation game and try to make some money off this, whether it's just a side hustle or to pay for your books. Like Jeffrey said, the hobby should fund itself, and most of us on here.
Can I also fucking sound the alarm? Like, can we as a community, or at the least as a flip side fucking crew, stop pretending to these comic shops like we don't sell books?
That's another great point.
Yeah, like fuck that shit. That
Yeah.
fraud shit is ridiculous. And when they cry about speculators, I fucking humiliate them, because there's nothing in those stores that's that goddamn important to me.
We've had people stop selling to me and Brian because they
Fuck them.
knew what we were doing with the
Great.
books. We were
Yeah,
taking
they
them and
can
we
fuck
were
off.
selling them.
Listen, when the trustee comes to do their bankruptcy sale, you call your buddy Nico. I'll fly out and fucking participate. Fuck them.
Hey, but you laugh about it. That's happening. There's a lot of brick and mortar shops that are, if not haven't already, are getting ready to start
'cause they're-
having those sales.
Yeah.
Well,
and
that's gonna
God
happen
bless
a
and
lot
God
more.
bless those good shops that are having a hard time. But I have no sympathy for the predators that are masquerading as comic book shop owners there to kind of fucking, steal from some well-intentioned fucking dildo who just happens to want to read comic books and is like, I like
Yeah.
Ninjak
Well,
and Turok.
It's just like what you
And
guys
I would like
did
to buy
today.
them, and they fucking steal all the money out of their pockets. That'll be $20 for that copy and $25 for that copy. You know what I mean? And it's bullshit, dude. Comic shop owners are speculators. There's no fucking shame in that. They've made that like a dirty word. It's silly.
Yeah.
It's like saying, wait, you ready? Like, I prognosticate. God damn you. Can you imagine if prognostication was a dirty word within sports?
What's prognostication?
It's a dirty
Thank
word.
God I wasn't the
Sports.
only one that didn't know that.
So, like the
I like
guys,
Cor-
the
Corbin
guys
knows
who
it's
are
a
like,
dirty word
you
in
ready? The Reds are going to beat the Pirates in the,
World Series.
what? Well, they wouldn't play in the World Series.
NLCS.
Yeah, thank you. But anyway, the point is, right? They prognosticate, they predict, they make informed judgments about events that they think are going to happen in the future. That's what
We all do
retailers
that
are
in
doing,
some,
right?
some way or
Human
another.
beings do that, right? But like, it's become a shorthand for people to kind of like demean a certain member in the members of the community, and it's so well accepted that now we have people who are like, we can't talk about speculation here, right? And I'm like, fuck those people, fuck off. They're fucking silly. It's stupid.
If you're a comic book store and you're selling books, who the fuck cares?
Amen.
What
That's
you do when you
exactly
walk
what
out
I
the
was-
door with that book,
Well,
you
see, here's
like
the
the
thing.
book.
They're not selling books, right? I mean, they're not in business. They're hobbyists who have a shitty comic book collection that poses as their fucking store. And they want to get top dollar out of their books. I mean, it's sad.
Just lay
To
them
some
bare,
extent.
man.
To some extent, but to another extent, like, they can fuck off. And I'm done with all of the pretending otherwise. And I hope that as a community, we can all be done with all the pretending otherwise. Because otherwise, it's just going to create a lot of fakery and a lot of inauthentic shit from people.
I know, Nico, because we've talked about some of the stories before and how you've had issues with. But I think
I've not had issues.
Well, you've had
I have
whatever.
a fucking issue
Okay,
with this
whatever
kind
it
of
is.
behavior. Now, if you want to suck the dick of some fucking brick and mortar owner so that he'll fucking be extra nice to you and give you like 6% off, or maybe you can just get a fucking receipt.
He wonders why no, because
He can fuck off too.
What I'm telling you in general, what I'm saying in general,
you're trying to be contentious. You're trying to say, I like comic book shops, George. They're all great. Some are great, and some fucking suck.
So
and we should call a spade a spade.
You're lawyering it up, and you're just cutting everybody off.
No, dude.
Well,
you're gonna. I'll hear your point, but I know what you're gonna say.
What am I gonna say?
You're gonna fucking apologize
I'm not gonna
for
say
the behavior.
Because
it's your behavior, dude. You won't talk about it.
That's not what I'm gonna say.
So you were gonna. Well, let's go back to this. You were gonna talk about this question here. How much of it?
Ryan, hey, he just talked for 5 minutes. I'd like to talk about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Talk about how speculation's a dirty word, and you don't want to be associated with it.
It's not.
Oh man, with the timing is on it today. Man is on it today. Oh boy.
Look how excited Nico is for that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was well timed.
My point is this. I do understand what you're saying, but just as you're saying, whoever gets mad at you, that's not everybody's situation. I've never had anybody. I've had people up price stuff. I've had people say that, and I've gone to liquidation sales of comic book stores. I don't get in fights with people. I don't get thrown out of stores. I don't have any of those problems. And I do sell comic books live too. And I do have people that come in and think they're entitled to whatever it is. So it works on both sides. What I'm saying is that
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. You keep saying all these things. Like, nobody accused you of any of that shit.
Well, you just did in your diatribe there about like, oh, you sell live and you hate these words and they're all dirty and you're gonna.
That's a different. You're saying a different thing now.
Did you have the bong for me again?
And on that note,
Matt? Yeah.
Matt, help him. He needs help, Matt.
Yeah.
Here, let me really help you.
I like turtles.
There you go. George, you just went on a 30-minute thing how every LCS store is an asshole. They don't know.
No, he didn't say that.
He didn't say that at all.
Buddy,
you're putting words in my mouth.
He specifically said that there are shops out there that are like that. Not all.
Yeah,
of them.
dude.
So,
and they dislike people that flip books. They dislike people who speculate, and it's trash. It's a trash attitude. It's a trash attitude. And I'm gonna fucking call it like I see it. And I encourage you to do the same goddamn thing instead of apologizing.
Well,
I'm not apologizing. I'm just saying, like,
do.
I don't run into that type of stuff. I don't, and because I avoid it. Like, that's the thing. Like, I know you get. That's why I'm saying you get into a lot. I have the opposite experience. What I'm trying to say is, I've had 2 comic book stores that started overpricing stuff or pulling off books when you're going in and asking for them. I do not go to those anymore. One of those went under. And what I was agreeing with
it's such a common sentiment that you won't talk about speculation on your podcast for fear of reprisal by those that hate speculation.
That's not what it is. Because
that's fucking absolutely the truth, is it not?
No, that's not the truth.
Well, then why don't you talk about speculation on your podcast?
Why we don't talk about speculation on it is because it's our whole show is because when you talk about,
I wish I had a ring bell right now.
And you hear a lot of it in the chat too. Is when you talk about something on there, people they're automatically going to start taking pictures, stopping it, not even listen to what you say about the book. If you say the book is garbage and you're explaining why it's garbage, which sometimes we do on our podcast, we explain why the book is garbage. There's a certain person people that will take that book and buy it anyways. There's a small amount that will do that. If you start using these words like speculation, then all of a sudden, no matter what book you talk about, they're automatically going to start driving to it and picking it up. It happens.
I thought nobody did that it was a very uncommon sentiment.
For people to watch a YouTube channel and then just automatically pick up anything that goes on there.
I'm not really following, but I appreciate where you're coming from. My point is, I think generally
I just answer your question
that it is tragic.
It is. It's tragic because a lot, and I think this is where the sentiment is that the sentiment or the idea is that they want to save books for their readers, is what I've heard personally. I've heard shop
Yeah,
owners say.
I mean they say
Yeah, I don't
that
like
shit,
that.
but that's not
Yeah.
real. That's not
It's
like
not.
a thing.
It's not. And
I mean,
and
that fucking Hulk 180 that I'm gonna buy for 40% less than market price. They're not saving that for their fucking reader, right? I mean, I'm not buying Wednesday. I'm not running out to grab books off the new comic shelf. Like, get the fuck
So
out of
do
here.
you
But they
think-
don't want
so-
me in their shop because I'm good at it. And like, my point is, if they were just kind instead of like motherfucking people who buy and collect and sell books, I'd give them a stack of stuff and be like, here, this is good. You should mark this up. I do it for when they're nice to me. I do it for them all the time. And when they're not, I punish them accordingly.
Let me ask you this. I want to see if any of you guys have run into something I've run into. When a book is hot, so Turtles 44, Death of Donatello, hot. When it was hot, a hot book, calling around, call the shop that had it. Because my shop was sold out and I didn't get one pulled. Had it, yeah. Cool, hold it for me, cool. 5 minutes later, get a call back. Oh, this book's going for $55 on eBay now, so we're going to sell it to you, but at eBay prices.
I got a canned shtick for that, right? And it's this. Well, one, don't buy hot trash, for the love of God, Matt. Jesus fucking Christ, stop doing that. But two,
Friends, if you're a Turtles fan,
it'll come down. It always does. You've been around long enough. You both know better than that. But anyway,
I like turtles.
I mean, it's not like the first issue, first print. Good fucking God. They all come down. But more importantly, like, it's a canned shtick, right? You got to have canned, like, things that you say to these people, which is like, well, respectfully, if I wanted to pay an eBay price for that book, I would have sat in my house in my underwear and paid an eBay price for that book. Instead, I came here. I want to put money in your pocket. We both know what eBay fees are. They're 12%. Plus, you got to pay for shipping. I can pay you cash now. You're going to have to pay taxes. I know you don't cheat on your taxes, and I know that sometimes the IRS can not be forgiving. And I'm going to buy some other stuff, but I can afford to pay this amount. And if they say no, well, fuck them anyway. Some other shop will say yes.
Or TLDR, I'm just looking. Great fucking, great comment, Doc Joe. Yep, you're 100% right. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Peace out.
Well, here's something I get in that position is that if you're an LCS, you have to make money to try and keep afloat, especially in our trying times now. So if you have, and you're paying attention to the market, you should probably have, say, 3 or 4 of that book that you have on eBay at that exorbitant, exaggerated
what was
price.
the word, Chad?
Now, sell the exaggerated.
I think it was exorbitant and exaggerated, and he smushed them together.
Yes. Well, yes. And then you have the rest that are on your shelf, the other 10, 15, 20. So if you're down to your last 3 and someone calls, the people in the shop should be knowledgeable enough to say, yes, we have 3, but these are our last 3. They are on eBay, and these are the price for them because we do have to try and keep afloat. We are out of our regular price ones, yada, yada.
In the history of hot books, I've never called for one, ever. I've never called a shop looking for a hot book. That seems insane to me. Like, in what fucking world would I do that?
I'm not saying you have.
But you wouldn't do that, would you?
I wouldn't. I have had people that have when I was working at the shop here in town.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, you should just tell them no. You fucking
Jesse James is
always a call. You don't get it. Like,
he's always put this a really good way. And this is how a lot of comic book shop owners should be. Okay, yes, I can sell you this book at top market dollar, but are you going to come back? Or I could sell it to you for a good price, and I'll make 4 times the amount of money because you're going to keep coming back and buying books from me.
Yeah, well, he's a good businessman. I think a lot of my frustration is I want comic shops to succeed, and I see guys who are tragically bad at business, tragically bad at comics, or they wouldn't be scared of me. I got a fucking day job. I don't do this professionally, right? And I got an industry that's really important to me, right? And I got a bunch of old farts, all of you and me, who see new books like DC Future State and see Corbin really excited about them. And my first thought is, well, this is hot fucking trash. I don't know how many of these are even going to survive, but I'm desperate for him to really like this stuff, right? because I don't want to be like the goofy meme I posted on Instagram, like, this hobby's dying with the guy who's shooting the new collector, right? I wonder why it's dying, because we kill our own, like we eat our young.
But I also
and
get
it sucks,
that
dude.
Jesse James.
Yeah, we should lift him up.
Jesse
He's
James
good,
has been
dude.
around for a damn long time, and he's
a
the best
stud.
in the market. He also
Yeah, he's a
has
stud.
that capital where he can sell those books for a little less, whereas smaller, newer shops, they have to make some of that exaggerated price on a couple of those books to keep that money coming in. It sucks. It's the way that it is.
Yeah,
if you're
Jesse's
running on
always
that
been
tight
like
of a
that.
budget, you're fucked.
It sucks. It's just agreed. But especially in today's, okay, so they're already talking shutdowns again. How many are going to go out? How many have the capital in their bank to last another?
The ones that weren't on eBay after the first shutdown are going to have serious problems, man.
If you're not selling multiple different ways and you're only expecting a customer to walk through the door and that's the only way you're selling, then you're doomed anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I agree 100%.
Great point. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
all
but let
right.
me ask you about this real quickly about Jesse too, though, and this is kind of what I was trying to hint at. Like if some just random person, not somebody that Jesse knows, if you're a Jesse regular, Jesse will give you a different price for a book than he would give the random guy that calls in, like, because I mean, if you in LCSs, you hear it all the time. There, believe it or not, Nico, there's a lot of people that do call around to 15, 16 stores or try to get into it at the last minute, just try to get whatever the quote unquote hot book is. And I think Jesse handles it the same way that good LCS does. And luckily, I guess we're blessed with a lot of good LCSs out in our area where they say to that person, yeah, you know what? You can get it for eBay prices. If not, it's going to our regulars who come in here first. They limit the amount of covers that they actually do sell to people that try to buy more than multiple. If you didn't get pulled, and somebody put it down here too, Big Comic. Yeah, if you pull it, like this is good stuff. And this is what our comic shops out here, almost most of them do. The only one that I don't go to doesn't do this.
So what Big Comic Book Collector is wrote in the comment is the shop I go to states that if you pre-order a hot book, you get it for cover. If you come into the shop that day, they will charge you what it's going for on eBay. They will put it on the wall. I still don't like it. I think that
I mean,
New
not like
Comic Book
100%
Day.
that, but
Yeah,
like
fucking terrible. I mean, I get Brian. I get where you're coming from. That like classy comic shops, like Midtown and Jesse James or whomever, like they just sell books on New Comic Book Day for cover price. I don't care what fucking comic shops sell their books for. I don't really care like if they burn their books or whatever. They're their books. I mean, it's like they can do whatever the fuck they want with them. All I desperately want is for those shops when they get those goofy orders from like the guy, like, hi, I would like the hot book of the week, to invite them down and teach them about comics. Right? Because if you're good at comics, you're not buying fucking hot trash on Wednesday.
how many? I
You're
got a
just
question for
you're
you
not
guys.
calling around trying to pick up those books. We should help people who are new get good at comics, man. We really should.
Do you think everybody who's new really wants to get good at it, or do you think they just hear their buddy say they made money off of it or everything?
That's adorable.
That's
If
always
you need to
gonna
make $7 or whatever, that's fine. But trying your best. Just give it the old. You don't have to succeed. Just giving it the old try. Trying to do the reason that you're here and you donate fucking unconscionable amounts of hours to teach people about Star Wars. That you've donated unconscionable amounts of time to donate this dum-dum about Star Wars. It's not because you want to like sell some extra Star Wars books. You don't even fucking sell Star Wars books. I don't think. I mean, unless you do them in mass or something. It's because you care about that community. You care about this community. You care about your friends. And all I desperately want is for that kind of sentiment, which I think is shared predominantly, right?
Yeah. I guess maybe that's why earlier I took so much offense to what you're saying, is because I am somebody in the community who for years has done that. Like I don't, that's not how I make my money. I make my money buying and selling out of collections. That's how I make my money. So like to see the people that come in and like, yeah, I get it, man. I like hanging out at the LCS. I don't want to see them close. And at the same time, I don't, I get what you're saying too, though.
That's why I pull fucking books from my local comic shop.
Right.
Like
right.
I literally will go in there and just fucking pull stuff for him. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is good. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the point. Yeah.
I don't fucking need to prey on him.
No.
And just so we're all clear, Marco does not sell Star Wars books. He buys them and he hoards them like the rest of us Star Wars collectors.
I hoard a lot of books. It's not just
dude.
It's not just those. I hoard a lot. But no, I mean, like, that's it. Yeah. I mean, and that's why I got into buying collections early on, was because with collections, I could pull what I wanted. And just like a lot of us do, we could sell off what we don't. I sell a ton of DC because DC is garbage. So, like, I just sell DC. And, come on, Corbin.
Well,
I get you back into this.
Listen.
Corbin is out of his emotional support Shasta. You can't pick on him anymore.
It's
no
empty.
Moon Knight.
It's empty.
Well, we're gonna send you some Fago.
This is how tired I am. I'm sitting there going, wait, what? Wait,
What up, Ultra?
Come on, Ultra.
it's late Ultra here now. I was
Yeah,
right. It's past my bedtime now.
So, wait, hey Matt, give me a sound effect. When I say DC, can you drop a bomb like DC?
Why?
There you go.
No.
There it is.
How about Turok and then the bomb? There you go. All right, I'm back. See, that's all it took. I'm up now. We're back.
So how's
Thanks,
everybody doing?
We like turtles.
I got home for hour 3. I'm blessed, I believe, to be in the 3rd hour of this wonderful show. There's a packed full house. Can we do like Hollywood Squares or something?
We just had 2 Greeks screaming at each other for 15 minutes, which is always good.
Yeah, that's entertaining. I'm down on my here.
I was waiting for a Star Wars.
Wow, maybe hour one and a half.
I got Transformers books. Will you tell me if they're anything?
Yes, I'll tell you if there's something.
Hey, I got a book that I do good.
Actually, no, I'll tell you they're all worthless, and then you're gonna send them all to me anyway.
Oh man, that's a lot, dude.
Yeah.
Why is it gotta be like that? Can't you just like lie to me and tell me there's something?
Because I don't lie. That's my problem. Is I have no filter, so I'm incapable of lying, and it really sucks sometimes. Because you guys ever seen Liar Liar like Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Totally my life. Totally my
You're
fucking
full
life.
of it. You're full of it. How big's your penis?
Oh, and there
show me on TV Lions.
Hey, listen, he wants a visual. So
I mean, do you not see me put my arms out? I put my arms out. This is an identifier.
You ready?
The name is Ultra Maximus, guys. Like it's in the name. All right.
Will you tell me if this stuff's anything?
Absolutely.
Is that anything?
Retail incentive cover, or does it say RI?
Yeah, it's a retail incentive, and it's tinfoil.
So here's the thing: covers A, B, C, and D are the combination.
This is 1A
RIA. So that is the 1 in 10 incentive cover, but there are 4 separate covers that make up that retail incentive cover with the foil logo. Don't be fooled.
Can't you just say
that
good?
That one's good.
That was a good one?
Oh, you son of a bitch. So it's okay. I bought one of those in a set, but is that a good copy?
It's it's FP Comics BotCon 08.
So let me tell you a little bit about that book. Hold that book up and show these guys here, because I'm gonna drop some serious Transformers knowledge. IDW Transformers, which just had their Generation 1 run and their own separate licensed universe.
Incidentally, this was all part of today's score, just so that you're aware, but I didn't have Ultra here. I got G.I. Joe books I want to show to Brian, but I don't want to make you all endure that. Sorry.
So one of the favorite...
What's this thing worth?
Depends. It sells for $5 some places and $100 another.
What?
Yeah. So
is it a newsstand?
So no, it's a con variant, but it was sold through Diamond. So here's the thing about that book.
$100, man.
So because it's such a huge market swing. Because look, man, Transformers fans or Turtles fans are Mask fans, but that book is important because that's the first Autobot Megatron, which actually then appeared in the IDW Transformers run. So thank you for letting me get that out. Transformers versus G.I. Joe, that one's okay. Yeah, you got both covers connecting. That's good stuff.
Eh.
The SDCC variants, but they're around.
All right.
Nice Danger Girl Campbell sketch variant that you
Yeah,
didn't
but
show anybody.
well, yeah, but I told you I wouldn't do the GI Joe. I thought you
fine.
didn't. I didn't think.
It's fine.
I don't know. Is this a thing or no?
That's okay.
It's another. It's their RI, so I just was like, oh,
Yeah, I mean, so look, that's its own encapsulated series.
That one's a good one.
That one is a very good one right there. Yes.
Let's get back with the GI
So
Joe.
show that real quick because that's Devil's Due Press, isn't it?
Yeah.
DDP. Yes.
So you
Yeah,
got one for
I
you,
inadvertently
one for
grabbed
me.
some GI Joe books. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Like that one's a good one. I know
Yeah.
that one is. That's the 2004 convention exclusive. All right, we're back to Transformers. Sorry. So you said that's not really that big of a deal.
I mean, it's good. It's San Diego Comic-Con.
I know this is a good one because you told me.
Yes,
right?
that is
the Grimlock
maximum.
one.
So that is Maximum Dinobots #1 that came out at the same time as All Hail Megatron, which was a soft reboot for the IDW continuity. That is a 1 in 10 variant for, like I said, Maximum Dinobots #1, and Dinobot fans love it. That is one of my favorite books because it's about a transformer the size of a city named Metroplex, and that is the Marcelo Matier Virgin variant of the cover A.
Look how smart Ultra is. Look at the big brain on
You're
Ultra.
in his wheelhouse, man.
I really like this. I got a couple of those.
So those are also very. So look, Transformers in this time frame was selling roughly 10,000 copies a month.
Wow.
So you figure a 1 in 10 selling 1,000 copies a month, or 100 or 10,000 copies a month, gives you about 1,000. So those are the 1 in 10s from the Transformers ongoing series from 2009. Those are the movie slash. It's a comp. No. Look, put the artwork back up real quick. So
I thought you said movie stuff was garbage.
Just follow. Yeah, before you cut me off and let me finish. So
I'm trying to learn. I'm not good at it. Ask Marco. It took him like 3 years to try to teach me Star Wars.
If you look at the designs of the Transformers that ran in the early issues of this run, they are a combination of Generation 1 and movie features that is drawn by Don Figueroa, who is one of the artists that did not get paid by Pat Lee. And the reason why you should never purchase a Dreamwave comic in the back issue bins, you should only accept them for free, is because Pat Lee did not pay his artists. So IDW Transformers, yes. Dreamwave Transformers, no.
I remember the Pat Lee story. He was driving around in a Porsche and he didn't pay his artists.
He owes that guy who drew those 2 covers $16,000 to this day.
Damn.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, it's fucked, huh? That one is Regeneration 1. That's good stuff. There's a couple of deaths that happen in that issue, yeah, see what you got there, and you're gonna need to take that one out of the bag. You know why?
What?
There are 3 printings, and you cannot tell until you open it up and look at the indica at the bottom of the inside page.
So let's take a look live on air. And while we're doing that, I want to give a quick shout out to everybody watching live right now. We're going on hour 3, and it is 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. in Phoenix and 1 a.m. in the East Coast. And we have 115 live viewers right now.
So
it's a first print.
First prints, cool. I mean, there's nothing on the indica that says second print. Then you got a first print.
First print.
So that's awesome because that is the first appearance of the Dinobots.
Yeah. Now, I think it might be a 9.8. I don't know. It's gonna be close.
Good stuff, though, man. All good stuff. Is that
Hold
it?
on. No. I saved the best for last.
Oh.
Yeah.
If it's any of them that appeared on the top 25 video that turned into a top 30.
Woo! Tell people about your video.
Oh, I did a compilation.
Fire.
Did a compilation of some of the best Transformers retail incentive variants. Oh, he found the Ziggy Stardust, everybody. So this right here is one of the Rock and Roll World Tour variant covers they did, and that is RC on a cover swipe of David Bowie's Ziggy Stardust.
Interesting.
How much does that usually go for?
50-ish or more, depending on grade.
This is interesting, Nico.
$1.99.
You brought up Ultra's
60% off. Yeah.
So make sure you guys go check out Ultra Maximus on YouTube.
Thank you, guys.
Here are all the good videos that he's got going on. And if you guys aren't watching his secret variant show, then you're really missing out. So make sure you guys go check that out.
What else you got?
Cool.
I mean, just GI Joe crap. I don't want to make everybody endure that, but I knew.
Wait, was that seriously it?
Yeah, it's all the.
Oh.
I didn't get to go to the other store that had the rest of the Transformers. Don't worry.
You did
I'm gonna
well.
go. Thanks. I'm gonna do well. Maybe tomorrow I might just go back, or at the very least, I'll just wait until next weekend and go. But the point is, I'm gonna learn GI Joe, Brian. I'm gonna learn Transformers, Ultra, and I still haven't learned Star Wars, Marco. And I'm sorry, but I'm trying my best. Solo.
And Turtles.
I apologize.
Yeah.
And Snyder Cut.
And
I'm not
I've
really.
been trying to
What
learn
is there
Star
to
Wars.
learn
I still
about
don't.
turtles? Do I have to learn turtles too?
well,
Yes.
they're going pretty crazy right
I
now.
like turtles.
Thanks, Matt.
There we go.
Thanks, Matt.
Who's running the
That's
soundboard? Is that
on it,
Matt?
right?
Matt's running that soundboard? That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Oh
Nice.
man.
Good stuff. All right. Ultra, you're not in Huntsville, man. What's going on?
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh,
That's,
not
that's,
yet.
That's
That's like 3 weeks, 4 weeks,
I
5
gotta.
weeks from now.
No, I'm waiting for my house sitter to come over. So that
No, you're not. You're going away. Never, ever. You don't want to like. I shouldn't have even said anything, man.
That's
I
fine. Dude,
apologize.
I got somebody sitting at the house and they have guns. That's fine.
Okay, good.
I'm not stupid. I got a treasure trove of thousands of dollars. I got people watching this shit for me, and I have to pay them in collectibles. That's the only shitty part, but it's fine.
One
Is
of
that
these days,
a vintage sweatshirt?
No, this is a vintage Maximus Collection Target Punisher sweatshirt, official
But-
Marvel license, but yes.
How
Wow.
old?
4 years maybe.
Oh yeah. I don't know if that was from like your youth and it was worth like $13,000 or something to some
No.
hifster in LA.
Marco.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I have the Justin Bieber heart-shaped box Nirvana shirt original from 1990s. I actually have a lot of Nirvana shirts from the 1990s that I'm saving for my son to be a very, very retro cool kid when he's in high school. You know.
I'm sorry. You're gonna get him beat up because Nirvana sucks.
Hold on, guys. All right.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Marco, check this out, bro. Like, I stopped by Target and saw this on the, and I geeked out.
Wow.
Because who doesn't want a bunch of little Mandalorians, man? Right?
Yeah. So that was something that's actually a very interesting toy because when it first rolled out, when those yep, there you go. All right. When those first rolled out, right, it was yeah, that's the set. It got shorted. Like you couldn't find it. It didn't roll out in time and everything like that. So they were like, you could order them on lego.com and they the resale out was 3 times what you could get them for. And now the price is coming back down on those. But I mean, it's a cool set, dude, for sure.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I haven't bought Legos in forever. Shout out to Leaky Trooper. If you guys check out Leaky Trooper's low brick site. But it's interesting how they come in bags, like different bags for.
Did you just open that?
Fucking A, I did, dude.
Yeah, they got a ton of them now.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Now they're all over the place.
Yeah,
they were back when we were talking about them. They were like you couldn't get them anywhere. You could tell them 3 times what they were. But
I'm gonna put these guys together and for sure, and fucking.
They're
then
fun,
I'm gonna
dude.
sell them.
Play with them in the bathtub.
I'm gonna put them in.
And then sell them.
You know what I used to do with these guys? Do you remember if you guys ever played Lego? I would. You know how the hands come out of the arm. So I would take the hands out of the arm, and I would take a piece of like the elastic string from my sock. You know, you can pull that elastic string out, put it on the arm on the inside, and then tie it to the hand, and then you could do like a go gadget arm, and we used to do shit like that, dude. It was fun. Anyways, yeah, shout out to Leaky Trooper. I just the instant kid in me went, man, there's 4 Mandalorians on there. That's dope.
and I think it's like under $14 now.
Yeah.
Which at one point they were selling. Those sets were selling for. What did I think? I sold 32. I think I sold 3 sets of those for 32, which isn't great, but I mean, it was easy. Like Legos is a whole different game. It's 32 plus shipping out the door. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
$32 each.
Yeah, $32 each. Yeah. So
not bad.
Yeah, and I sold a couple for a little bit cheaper, but it was around that point for a while, and some of them were going for a little bit higher. I just didn't get mine in till that point. So, I mean, that Lego game is something interesting too. I mean, there's definitely, I mean, especially now that they don't give you they used to give you the catalog so you could find out they still do. If you sign up for the Lego catalog, you can see what their exclusive or stuff is going to be, but it's not like it used to be where you could go into the catalog and find out what was like done before the catalog even got there so they wouldn't hit the shelves.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's cool. So I hear, Maximus, you're picking up all Bounty Hunter covers from now on. No?
What?
Silence. I was like, what?
I was just looking at funny chats, things that I thought were hilarious. I thought I'd post them on the screen. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, speaking of bounty hunters, I found this. It's the Bounty Hunters Star Wars Insider, which is interesting because it gives this cool like history on all the different bounty hunters. And check out this though. How cool would I never bought that from Entertainment Earth, that set of all the Mandos. How cool would it be to have that set right now? Oh, and look what's in the background there.
Hold on.
Did you see that, Marco?
No, do it again. I couldn't see what was on your screen. My eyes are dried out.
You see those figures?
Oh.
Don't those look kind of eerily?
Are you talking about the Death Trooper type ones?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. The Death Trooper guys.
It's kind of funny,
but that's Omega Squad. Do you think that what we saw at the end of Mandalorian Episode 2 could be that?
Yes. So I think they're going to do something like I know people were thinking about the 09 novel, I guess, because somebody asked me this question, like, what do you think of that? And it's like, well, the 09, those were zombies. Like they were like legitimately, it was on a ship that everybody went to, and then like they were zombies. It was like they're trying to get the kickoff for a zombie. So I don't think they're going to quite do that. I think, but there's other options. We'll talk about it on the show, obviously, but there's other options where you start doing super soldiers / clones, kind of like actually one of Nico's favorite books where you were doing like the Task Force 99 stuff where they took the Bad Batch and then redid it. But when you look under the seal of the Tarkin Initiative or IMOP, like that type of stuff.
Definitely not one of my favorite books. One of my favorite books would be Knights of the Old Republic #9, which you encouraged me not to buy before they turned into $2,000 9/8. But anyway, keep going.
Still not a true statement. We already went over this and showed the text and hangout where
Don't
I was
be
like,
bitter.
where I was like,
yeah.
That's not true. It's not actually true.
at all.
That's not. We've gone over
Probably
this
memorialized in writing, but anyway.
It is memorialized in writing that was not a true statement. Number 2.
I still have 3. Don't worry.
So that's a $2,000 9/8 right now.
Yeah, I don't even know what a 9/8 at the newsstand would sell for.
Where are Star Wars people getting their money from? Because it's like they
independently wealthy.
Like
Are
they melting down Beskar and like
gotta ask Solo Wookie.
Fucking cloning fucking Yodas and selling off Yoda blood, you bunch of savages.
I mean, I don't. Once again, when he asked me if I should buy the book for $500, and he said, "Should you buy the book for $500?" I said, "Absolutely not. I just got one for $5," and that somehow translated into "Don't buy the book because it won't sell for $2,000." But what I was saying about that is you're getting the stuff now from Rogue One. Remember when they went into the building in Rogue One and they said something about a Darksaber, they said something about the Initiative, they said something about another project. All that stuff now is coming to fruition in Mandalorian. You're seeing the Darksaber. You're seeing a couple of the other Tarkin initiatives. I'm not gonna give everything away, but you're seeing all that type of stuff transform over there. And yeah, I mean, it's good. It's really cool. It's cool to see that type of stuff. It's cool to see that they're going to do like the modulated people, which will be good. It'll be fun. I mean, that's going to be super cool. They're harder to kill. They're not zombies, though. They're not that. They're not what you showed. They're not the zombies.
What about this? Everybody's talking about how the Snoke character and that looks like there's those Snoke guys in the vats of acid or vats of
liquid.
Liquid, yeah.
It's called liquid. The clone chambers.
So I
felt that too.
Yeah.
I like turtles.
No, I'm sorry. You tried.
Not if you try to force it, Chad.
Yeah, yeah. You can't do it.
All right. Oh my god.
What?
On
what
that note,
Yeah, were you asking about the VATs? So the VATs could be two things. One, I think, so when you have to, if you take the old way of modifying clones post Jango Fett clones, when they actually started using people that are part of the Imperial Galactic Republic or whatever the heck they want to call it to formulate those new clones, it was kind of almost a mix of back to heal them while they're trying to inject them with modifications. So that's what those could, that's what they could be. So they're gonna, it looks like they're gonna do it with metachlorians this time. So it looks like they're gonna change it around and try to give them on top of all the extra stuff, kind of like Task Force 99 or the squad from Clone Wars. It looks like they're gonna try to do the modifications, but now include the modifications to metachlorians so that they can get even more hard to kill and use some force with them, which would be kind of cool because you know what that means they could do. Star Killer.
We both know that they're more Palpatines, Marco. They're Palpatine clones.
I know that's probably what they are, is Palpatine clones. But you know, but what they could do with that is go to Star Killer, which would be really cool. I mean, you'd have to change the timeline, but they don't have a problem changing timelines with stuff anymore, and that would be really cool if they started making like the Star Killer. That would be kind of cool, and just formulated it into that storyline, like if that's what they're working on. Now, obviously, he wouldn't be able to do it, like. Or you could, well, the thing that would stink for that KOTOR 9 is if they made Star Killer vaporize Malachor 5. And then if that happened, he'd become the new Revan kind of. But like, yeah. So, I mean, that's the possibilities of what could happen. Those are possibilities. And if you can get those books cheap, I would suggest you get them now cheap because those look like some of the possibilities they're going to go with. Obviously, they're talking about, they're big into Rogue One. I mean, that's where you see pretty much these form of Death Troopers originally anyhow. So, yeah, cool. Any other questions?
Very good stuff.
Just bought some things.
Wow, I didn't even get an FU or an F off over my Palpatine clones. That was pretty good, Marco.
Dude, I can hardly see. My eyes are so dry, I can hardly see at this point. So, like, I'm steaming with my eyes right now, but I
banned 2 people from the chat because I didn't like them as people. Just blocked them from the channel.
Interesting.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. What happened? Did that too. I've had a lot of fun.
Sometimes you gotta hide people from the channel, man.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody got saucy, I guess.
Savage Swift move.
Racial epithet.
Oh yeah, those are always fun.
That'll get you gone.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Try to watch this on rewind.
Did you hide from the channel? Because you hide from the channel, you can't.
I just blocked them, but you'll have to teach me how to do that. I think I've made a mental note. Anyway,
are you guys grading very many books right now? Is there very many people on here grading very many books right now?
I'm tempted to, but I hear about those wait times, and I'm just kind of turned off from it.
Yeah.
What, you guys don't like paying $80 to have your book graded in a week?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the alternative. And even me living here in Florida, I kind of consider it sometimes because turnaround time in a week, pay the $80. There's no
it's funny that you say
value
that.
Limit on it.
Yeah, I just did what you're talking about.
How hot does that book have to be for? I mean, say you're going to sell it. I'm not talking PC. How hot does that book have to
at least $80
for you to make profit off it?
Thanos 13 hot.
I mean, do you want to hear the ones I just did? I literally just did that. So the Outlawed book, I sent it in standard.
That's one.
2 Cyberpunks, sent them in standard. And Giant Size X-Men #1, sent it in Express.
Yeah. So Express, there's no value limit.
Yeah, $90. The other one is what is it? $1,000 for standard, I think or is it 2?
But that's where if you try grading a book that sells for a shit ton of money through any of those other tiers, that's when they're going to go, oh no, we want to charge you a percentage, and you're like, what the hell? So if you really want to avoid that, pay the express, get it done in 5 days, no value limit. They'll fucking slab anything you send their way. But it's got to be books with meat.
See, and what is it? And I always mix them up. Is it express or standard? That's the higher dollar, no limit one.
Whatever one is right under walkthrough.
Yeah. Okay. So that one, you can't fast track, right? Like you're just not even allowed. You know what I mean?
And then there's no reason.
And then
the
other
even
express you can't fast track it.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other one that's interesting is you get in this sweet spot where it makes more sense to just pay the extra like $2 or $3 for standard as opposed to value fast track because you get them faster for like $5 extra or something.
Because that tier is not backed up like the other ones are. And if you're smart, you're looking at the CGC website. You're looking at the wait times for each of the tiers before you submit your books. And you have your order forms ready with multiple order forms and multiple scenarios so you can figure out your best case scenario. But I mean, if you're filling out that order form that day instead of sitting on a book wrapped up in packaging like I normally do until I wait till I don't have the funds and I unpack it.
Yeah, it's the value tier that's real backed up right now. Moderns aren't that bad. If you're doing a submission now, I mean, fast track modern's not bad. I just got books back that I didn't send too long ago, but value books are a hot minute, or at least they were. I don't know what the tags are, but yeah, you're exactly right. It's all about the info on the website.
I'll make sure I'll grade these later.
That's my entire box. Is I'm going to grade these later, eventually.
I just sent in. A matter of fact, I sent in a bunch of Matt's books with my books, but I sent a bunch of books to Sean to press, and he just sent them off to CGC last week. And God, there must be. There's a shit ton of books there, man. And my plan is just to keep on cycling them. I'm going to excel these and then just keep cycling books out to CGC. I'm also, and this has nothing to do with Sean's one of the best pressers in the game, but he's also, because of that, he's very busy and at some point I feel like I just need to start getting some of these books that I just need to become better at grading. You know what I mean? So I don't rely on a presser. Because half the time I'm like, fuck it. Even if I think it's a good book, I'm going to send it to get pressed anyways, obviously depending on the book. But I want to get to a point where I'm just sending straight to CGC, like on the regular cycle, just constantly have stuff there, coming back, get to a point where I'm getting a shipment back, once every 2 weeks, that would be nice. And because I think that with a lot of these books,
I have CGC books that I have. That's like that I haven't opened. That's how often I'm getting them these days.
Yes.
Are we gonna open them? What's happening?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
what's up, baby.
There's been a lot of mail calls, dude. That's a little too much. But the point is, yeah, it's the key. It's like the number one key. And what they'll do to you if you're constantly sending them in like batches of like 25, 50, whatever, is you'll get like 8, 12, 6. We're going to keep these 2. And it's a pain in the ass because then your shipping becomes more expensive. Like the number that they send you, I don't think that's like the real number that it actually costs. You know what I mean? Like there's just like fees. But that's how you like absolutely do the best.
Yeah.
And I think Doc Joe's dead on, man. Being a top-notch grader is how to make cash.
Yes, and that is something that would be nice to learn. Matter of fact, I think Kyle and Solo Wookie had some pretty decent plans, or they were talking about maybe doing like a 101 type thing and that could be something interesting for that segment. Is it's one thing to say go buy a book or go do the research, but there's some things that would be very beneficial to a lot of people, like easy things to know. So keep an eye on that on the channel, guys, for stuff like that. But the whole grading thing in general is the place where you can make big money. It's also a place where you can lose money because, for example, we were talking earlier today, who would have ever thought that Wonder Woman 9 and the 9.8 would sell for less than $150. You know, it was sold for $114. Like, so there, do some research. If you think a book is good, just go double check because it might not be.
Yeah, and one of the biggest disputes I've ever been in with a comic shop was about a grade. They were so mad at me because I wouldn't buy this book from them, which I thought was like so bizarre. And I'm like, no, that's you guys want too much money. You're grading it too high. And I told the local comic shop manager, I was like, well, I'll take pictures of it and post it on the CGC boards, and we'll see what they have to say. And they agreed with me, and he's hated me ever since. And it's like, it's not a big deal. I mean, like, my God, we're all like human beings. Nobody's perfect.
No, man. Everybody appreciates your honesty until you're honest with them.
But the best way to learn to grade, in my humble opinion, is to read the Overstreet grading guide and get your ass on the CGC board, the thread, like, can you spare a grade? And start reading those guys in their analysis of like what's what, and then just looking at books in slabs.
That's another great thing.
And maybe send some hookers and blow down to the guy who's going to grade your book, because if he wakes up happy the next morning when he gets your book, there's a good chance your grade.
Well, I mean, dude, modern trash, like, you know, there's a little bit of fudge room, but when it comes to older books, it's pretty fucking uniform. And Silver Age books are graded a lot harder than people think they're going to be graded. And that's a tough lesson that everybody has to like learn individually.
That's also why I'm also going to be selling a lot of raw books that I was going to grade for that exact matter. That's right now it's smarter on certain books to sell them raw because of the amount of effort, time, money, hassle it is to get them graded isn't worth the final amount when you could just get it on listed now, right?
And if you take good high resolution scans front and back, you have a spine break free copy. Even if it has low spots that can't be seen in those scans, they are pressable. Because you will see it in a scan, especially a high DPI. You will move those raw books if they are of grade, and this is what experienced people look for. They're going to open up your picture in a new window, and they're going to zoom in as much as their resolution on their screen will allow them to zoom in, and they're going to go up and down that spine, all around the corners. They're going to do that. They're going to look for anything on the cover back and forth. They're going to do that to 2 pictures, and if you have 2 high-res pictures, you will move books.
Well, you remember when that was the standard, right? Like in 2009, 2010.
Yeah, people were buying specific scanners.
Absolutely. It was only with the phones being as good as they are now that like when I came back from like leaving comics and coming back, all of a sudden it was like people didn't scan books anymore. And I was like, huh?
I noticed that too. And I
was like, what?
Nobody takes pictures of the back covers.
I don't want to talk about that. It's a sore spot. It pisses me off.
How do you think I feel? I took a picture of the back cover and got $200 less.
Yeah, you did get screwed. I'll give you a good example of why that's important, right? Like this is a book I bought today.
Yeah.
The second print has a different back cover.
Oh.
Right? First print sells for huge money. Second print, not so much. Same front cover. On eBay, you don't get to open it. People don't know that, you know what I mean? Unless they're like psychopaths like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think that it's probably on the spectrum, like for me, because I'm still trying to work out and learn how to grade better for myself. I have no problem when it's crappy and tore up and destroyed, like it's a 1 or a 0.5. I get that. That's pretty easy. If it's a really solid book and you know you've got that 9.8, that 9.6, that's pretty easy. It's in that middle 5 and 6, 6.5, 7, you know, that little right in there. That's when I'm like, I don't have a clue.
That's when you start counting spine breaks, measuring tears, and if you're at that point, it definitely, I will say this, between 4.0 and 6.0, that grade will swing a lot differently on who's grading the book. And you'll look at a lot of grading companies in that 4.0 to 6.0 range that get it wrong a lot because they miss shit. But we're starting to talk about page counts. We're starting to talk about coupons, things that would sometimes get at a qualified grade, popping up on you and like, holy shit, I just submitted this book and I got a fucking green label. Or nobody likes the green label. We all know this.
Does it? I don't know whether it does or doesn't. And I've heard some say yes, some say no. How many are already on the board? Right. So if you have, a book that they've seen 40 or 50 of them versus a book they've seen 4 of them, I feel like if there's 4 of them, it kind of tends to get a little better higher grade. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but something I've always questioned or been interested in finding out.
Well, I've also heard people say that it's better to send in smaller batches rather than in large batches. Have you guys heard that?
Only if you're not pre-screening.
That's what I mean. If you're not pre-screening.
So, all right, I've only done one like major submission, and I had a 93% 9.8 unpressed rate. So, out of all the books I submitted, all of them came back 9.8 except for I got 2 9.4s and a 9.6. And the 9.6 was my All Hail Megatron Killing Joke, which I was fucking like, how did that book not 9.9? Well, it looks like, I don't know, maybe somebody might have dropped it or some shit because one corner.
And that happens. I wish if Kyle was here, man, Kyle's got a great story about that. Yeah.
I mean,
Matt's got a great story about that too.
But the all new Wolverine local comic shop day got pinched on the back cover when they were pulling out of the bag and board, and that got a 9.4 for a crease at the top of the back cover. And then the Amazing Spider-Man 316 got a 9.4 on a fucking clean copy, and it looked like at the back cover it got put down somewhere and it had an indentation, and I think that was from handling because I turned them in at MegaCon. I handed them books. I didn't ship them because I don't like I'm very uncomfortable with shipping them. I feel more comfortable delivering. But yeah, I cracked pressed those 2 9.4s and I got them in the resubmit box, and we'll see if I get 9.8s on those. It would be really nice because, local comic shop day, all new Wolverine #1 and an ASM 316. ASM 316 is doing some ridiculous shit right now too.
Yeah, that's a big book. Matter of fact, let's take a look. That thing's selling for some decent money.
Because it is the first Venom cover. If you don't count the little bubble on 315. And ASM 300 is like super out of reach for people.
Ooh, 9.8 selling for $2,000.
Well, I don't know about that.
There's a 1,400.
What the fuck?
1,700 for a signature edition. 1,900 for a signature edition on 65 bids. Yeah, man, this is selling for some decent money. $1,000.
So
9.8.
What's 9.4s and 9.6s hitting now?
I don't know. I haven't seen any. Hold on. We got what's this? 9.8. So they're rising steadily since October, like pretty big. You can see the decline. Here's a November 624. Yeah, crazy, man.
And
there's a 9.6, I think, right here. No. 9.6 sold for $500. Newsstand. Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Newsstand. This is 1990, I believe. 89. It's like a year and some change after 300, I thought. So 300 came out in 88. So this one would be around 89.
No wonder it was going down in price. All right. Here's what they're selling for now. Ended recently. So a 9.0 sold for a best offer for 150 or less. 122 raw. Holy shit, for a 9.2 raw.
Holy cow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 700 for a 9.8. That makes better sense. That was highest first. Holy shit. Yeah. So 625. Not bad.
Okay. Now I'm not freaking out as much.
Yeah. 800. Yeah. Yeah.
But so we know that this is a book that's at the turning point where newsstands do start to become more rare than the directs, as the direct market was exploding and basically taking over the market share of where people were going to get their books from. So it's interesting, but I like that the direct edition has the little corner box drawing.
Yeah, it's different.
So
yeah, it's got the Venom corner box. Yep. Anyways, yeah, it's cool to see that book selling for a lot. Yep, there it is. Very cool. Beautiful.
What's your grade there, Solo Wookie? Oh, it's a raw. It look.
Yeah, it's raw.
It looked like a slab, but
no, I got it in the top loader. Yeah, I mean it's there's no spine break. There's nothing. I mean it needs a press, but I mean it's a 9.496 without a press. No problem.
Do you get dinged for the overhang on those books?
The like when they're cut wrong.
Well, a lot of those 90s, especially like 300s, notorious for it. They have the covers a little bit bigger, so it has like that overhang kind of on the cover over the pages.
They sometimes miscall that as spine roll.
Really?
You know that? Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
So sometimes that's looked upon as spine roll because the cover sits at a different position. You can correct that with a good press.
Yeah.
And that's basically what you kind of have to do to recenter the book out if it does show that way. Because there were a lot of books that were just like they weren't fucking perfect back in the day. Like they make the books much better, but they also make the books much shittier now. Like it's the material that they're using for cover paper right now at Marvel is atrocious. I mean, there's some books that hit the folding machine and you can tell there was a piece of paper stuck in the folding machine because the book that came through it afterwards has spine breaks the whole way down it. But
and they start looking like that all the way
down. Yeah. But it's mostly on a black cover, and they're all perfect non-color breaking, but they still, there's still breaks. But they're not color breaks.
That's also a Mark Jeweler variant. So
oh geez,
not bad at all. Shout out to CGC Comics and Matt Nelson. I guess they put out a video explaining how they grade, which is something they should have done a long time ago, and something that they should be a regular video. If you guys haven't seen Matt Nelson on Nico's show where he interviews him, I think 2 or 3 times. Really good shows. They get into some really good information. But yeah, they should be putting out those videos on the reg, So
keep people informed.
Yep. A lot of people have questions.
Talking to their customers and fan base is only going to do them better.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Because they're the only place out. I mean, have you guys sent books to CBCS in the past year? Any of you?
Never.
Has anybody in the chat sent books to CBCS in the past year? And I bet you it's the only reason they did is because they're signed, right?
Yeah, that's probably a Doc Joe on that one.
I sent 3 books to CBCS because they were signed out of this one. But I don't think I'll ever get books signed again unless they're like personal, the Usagi Yojimbo reprint. I had that signed and remarked, but it's just not worth it to me. I think too many people are getting signed books signed. I'm becoming that.
It's, without having a CGC person on there, here's what I get, but it frustrates me because I've been kind of, as you said, Kyle and I have been talking about trying to figure some of this stuff out and talking about it and getting our information together. So I've been diving a little bit. So if you send a signed book with no CGC authentication to CBCS and you pay the money and CBCS says, oh, that's 100% legit because we had our guys look at it and they authenticated it and that absolutely is their signature. And then you get that slab back. Okay, it's authenticated because I paid a professional to authenticate this and you send it to CGC. CGC will not authenticate that, nor will they put that in their blue label or whatever, signed label, they're custom, they're golds.
Yeah,
they will not recognize CBCS as an authenticated label.
Mm-hmm. And it's because they did not witness the signature.
Yep.
That's the only way CGC will ever put a yellow label on a book is if their representative is the one who watches the signature happen.
And they could make a shit ton of money if they decided to do the opposite.
Yeah, if it's not painfully obvious, people who press books are better at grading books than they would be if they didn't press books. Like, it's the quickest way to get a lot better at grading books is by starting to press books. I mean, I can press books, but I don't press my best books because I'm not a great presser. But I think if you want to get real good at grading real quick, check out Captain Mike by his tutorial guide. Pick yourself up a t-shirt press or a seal or whatever, and get busy. You'll figure out like what's a pressable defect, what isn't a pressable defect, and it'll force you to like do the heavy lifting. I'm not trying to suggest that he has the only way to press books. In fact, everybody does it different, right? Old school guys, hell, they don't even use heat a lot of the times. What they won't tell you is that a lot of them take the staples out. There's the seal group, right? That I think seals work better on older books than they do on newer books. I think t-shirt presses work best on newer books, but like just learning to do that for yourself and making your own conclusions is invaluable. And these guys, you won't destroy books if you do it the way that this guy teaches you how to do it. He's good. And it's really like pressing for dummies. I mean, he's made it real easy.
Yeah, yes. And so this is one of those web pages that a lot of people didn't want to tell other people about for a long time. And I get it. Pressing.
Yeah, but I tell everybody everything because I just don't care.
Well, pressing is kind of like that secret recipe where you use half of it's just a jar of like Prego, So everybody knows a little bit how to press, and it's not that big of a secret anymore.
And I actually use an aluminum plate at the bottom of my seal in order to have two sides of heat transfer, but it takes the press to be warm and your first book to be pressed for it to actually have heat transfer to both sides.
Yeah, and there's some great Facebook groups, just some great resources that are really available to people now that weren't just a few years ago. Back before I took my comic hiatus, it was like the dark arts, and I came back and it was like every idiot had like 3 presses and was trying to get me to press, like, I'll press your books. And I'm like, no, you won't. What are you talking about? And, a good presser is invaluable. They're just like an invaluable resource. But you got to have somebody you can trust impeccably, because the scariest thing in the world is you send books to somebody and, nobody gets a 9.8 but them, and you get a 9.6, or giving it to your local comic shop, and son of a bean, how did he get a 9.8 but I got a 9.6? It's just a bond of trust.
Also, one of the things is interesting to talk about is like our horror stories on some of this stuff, so people don't make the same mistakes, right? One that I always talk about is I was getting books ready to go to get signed at a con. I was making window boxes, and I thought the book I was looking at was in a bag and board, and I was going to put the window box just to, and then take the book out and then cut the window box, But I didn't put the book, it wasn't in a bag and board, and I put the tape straight on the book, man. I was just not even thinking, And so I went slow enough with the painter's tape to take it off. But that's like, silly stuff like that, that are horror stories that, hey, obviously pay attention. Yeah.
I was just talking to my buddy John about this exact same thing, like the invaluable lessons we learn from the mistakes that we make, right? Like every guy who does comics at the level that I think everybody here does has to learn the first lesson, which is leave no books behind. right? Like, how many times have, like, you remember that with the first time you like learned that lesson? Like, damn, I should have gotten all 6 of those. Why'd I only buy one?
Yes.
And you never made that mistake again.
Well, and I didn't do enough research when I first got into hearing about pressing, and and then I got a good press from Brian. Actually, I bought it off him, and I've just slowly been trying to teach myself. But that first press, I didn't pay enough attention, and that waffle iron fucked my books up. It did have nice even temperature on the top and the bottom, but man, there's a fucking wave in that book. I threw it away. It was
Makes
like
sense.
8 ASM 300.
Hey, I don't want you to be upset, but I can't help. I feel like I should ask. It wasn't one of the Turok books, was it?
Oh.
No, God, no! I would never
Okay.
press something
Okay.
as valuable as Turok. It was some trash book like ASM 300 or 301.
Okay,
Or something
I
like
got
that.
you. Something
Oh,
like
It was
yeah,
like
yeah.
fucking garbage. It was like practice book.
A real bottom
Nice.
tier book.
Another thing is sending your books through the mail right now. Like, how confident are we to send books through the mail? Like,
Priority
even CGC.
insured, and that's it. Don't risk anything else.
Yeah,
You know,
registered mail's the cheapest way to insure books. Unquestionably, if you're sending big dollar item books, or like a lot of books that end up at a big dollar item, you'll pay a lot less in insurance if you send them registered. But I'm not trying to pay an insurance claim, so my goal is always to see. Just preparing a CGC submission is like an art in and of itself, right? Because for me, I know that I've got to send those books to them in a way that when they take them out, it's easy, and whatever, like, sort of like magic elves CGC has, I don't want them to be too inconvenienced by getting my books out and not destroying them in the process, right? Like, I want that plastic to come right off, that tape to come right off, so they can just be like, whoop, whoop, like no big deal. Particularly on like, modern stuff that dings up. The older stuff is like, it's so forgiving. Older books are so forgiving.
Well, you made a good point to me today. We were talking about, Spawn, and I said, yeah, I got a 9.6 newsstand Spawn #1 that's signed. That's in a gold label. It's signed, and
Send it back.
Send it back and get it pressed and see if you can get that bump, man.
Yeah, pay them to press it.
Yeah,
it's worth it. What the hell? I mean, you're out a couple bucks. Who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a book that goes from like $200 to a G, right?
God, I'm so mad at myself for not finding one of those before it fucking blew up the way it did.
I've got 3 now. I picked another one up for $50 today. I'm on a Spawn 1 newsstand kick, and I looked at like 20 copies of Spawn versus Batman and found 0 newsstands.
So
I was all excited. I found like just a treasure trove of them. I was like, oh!
I have a bunch of placeholders in a collection, but I'm also trying to upgrade them as best as I possibly can. But I'm trying to assemble both the miniseries and up to issue 21 of Gen 13 in all newsstand.
Nice. Strong. I like that you're also a Gen 13 sicko. I almost picked up issues 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they weren't like high grade 9/8 contenders, so I left them behind, and I'm already regretting it.
Were they newsstands?
Yeah.
You should.
I know.
I mean,
I'll go through my short box before I sell them.
I'm having a real hard time finding a number 17 newsstand, to be honest.
Well,
it's
weird. The Spawn guy taught me a lot about newsstands and image newsstands inadvertently. The Spawn World guy, and he indicated that there were certain books that didn't come out on the newsstand from Image, that there were certain books that have newsstand variants, but they don't even know how they happened into the market. And that there were certain ones that have different paper, so they're just wrecked because they were newsstands.
So do you guys remember when Image was doing the deluxe paper? So I actually had a Gen 13 run signed by Campbell, 1 through 4, and my number 2 was a newsstand, and it was, instead of $2.50, it was $1.95. But the
CGC might recognize that one, huh?
Yeah, well, it's a price variant, so but the paper was different.
Wow.
It was more of an actual newsprint versus the high glossy stuff that you got at the direct edition for $250.
Yeah, I'm about that image newsstand life.
I am big time. I think that's great, especially some of those rare ones like the Curse of Spawn ones, and I love finding those like special books. Like I would love to find a first appearance of Apollo and Midnighter in newsstand, stuff like that. Like those books that are kind of hard to find already, but they become hard to find in newsstand and high grade.
Yeah, I tried.
A dollar flip from that Midnighter and Apollo into like I don't know, I think I sold it for like $75-$80.
Yeah, that's a tough book.
Yeah.
Tough book. Wow. Yeah, newsstands are going crazy for the amount of money that they're going for. We're stupid not to recognize that on a big level,
But I got to say something about that. Newsstands also came out a week or later after the direct edition. So that does kind of complicate their value, in my opinion, because of their later shelf date.
Not all of them did.
Well, it depends on the date.
Every one of those books, like the DC $3.99 price variants up until the end, were all released 1 week later, as far as I was checking. Because I didn't.
Interesting.
I remember buying books.
Maybe they arrived at the store, but they didn't put them out on the shelves until a week later at my local store, as if their shelf date was a week after the direct edition. So I don't know.
Well, and there's like that was it in the 80s?
In the 80s and 90s,
So
it was
late.
3
Yeah,
weeks.
it was like 84 to 87 or something like that. They had more newsstands than they had.
Oh yeah.
in
Until
the print run.
almost 1989 is when the switch in market started happening.
Right.
As more and more direct market stores started opening up, specialty shops, card retailers starting to carry diamond accounts.
Right. So those newsstands are just a dime a dozen because they printed so damn many.
Correct. So for all you She-Hulk #1 chasers, you should be looking for the direct edition on that book.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't know if that is necessary. I think it's too complicated of a question, though, right?
No, because they actually have the returnables and the destroyed copy numbers as well.
Okay,
as the
no.
sales
I'm not
totals
talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about the numbers.
Right.
But for me, it's like, how can I value the propensity for a comic shop owner and a comic shop customer to take care of their book against the relatively less scarce or less rare, rather, newsstand that are on shelves where there's 8-year-old kids going just mangling all those books. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like I don't know how to value that. That's a good point. There were a lot of comic shops that even if they didn't use spinner racks,
they had the metal rack.
They had some whacked ways to store books. I still go into shops like that, and I'm just like, what is happening here on your new wall? Why are you letting people destroy all these books? What is going on? Oh my god!
Well, it's because we're OCD. Really, people who go out and specifically find and look for 9.8 grade books new on the shelf. I'm that guy.
Yeah,
I'm that guy who picks the stack up, and I go through all of them, and I take the best ones out, and I look at the front and back, and I put everyone back except for the best one that I can find, unless there's 2 of them, because in a lot of cases I'm only limited to 2.
Well, and that probably is why we have so many damn problems within our community. Is we are a group of like OCD, obsessive, neurotic lunatics who all have PhDs in pop culture.
That LCS owner is looking over at Ultra and he's like, "You fucking specker, get out of my goddamn store. You fucking buying the best fucking book. Get the fuck out of here."
That only so they know they know they're like, "Hey man, I didn't pull a copy for you this week because they were all bad." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, thank you." And they know that I'm that guy. They take care of me because they cater to me, but they're like, "You're at least upfront about what you do." Mm-hmm. We have other guys that come in here. I sold all of my collection last weekend, so you're back here starting it over. I mean, it's basically what he's saying. You're like, there's blatant flippers that come through and are like trying to beat me to the store on a Wednesday morning to try to get the incentive variance off the wall, and I'm like, not today. Shit's in my box already, man. I was here yesterday.
Good sale.
Eric, this is a great comment, and this is one of the things that when the guys start doing their 101 stuff that we definitely need to talk on in a future episode and really break down, because a lot of people don't realize that at a certain time period, the direct editions were much, much more rare than newsstands, and it flipped like 83 or 84, right? Or
88.
88.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do a deep dive on that on one of these episodes, and that's something that a lot of these people have questions on. So, yeah,
it's an interesting topic, man. It really is, because I don't think it's as simple as just the numbers. And what Ultra is saying about, well, I mean, not all shops or Midtown or Mile High or My Comic Shop, they don't all know exactly what the hell they're doing, is just one more factor that makes it incredibly complicated. See, I think, a lot of like talking heads in comics, like we look for the shorthand and try to make it like this way or this way. But very often it's more of like a factor test, like the second printings and the ratio variance and the qualifier variance and the newsstand additions and the, like, bright line rules don't really work so well. It's more like there's these factors and how many boxes do you check, and and that just gives you kind of like probabilities for picking like what books are gonna like sustain and which books aren't over time. It's really a fascinating topic.
And again, I would like to point out that you all are throwing this away, whereas I am sitting on 10 of these in pristine 98 condition.
There he is, beating that dead horse.
In another 20 years, I'm going to be rich as hell because I'll have the only 20 and everybody else will have thrown theirs away.
There he is, beating that dead horse.
You really don't understand that unless you have a long box of the gold ones, you're kind of SOL. And you know what? Speaking of old image stuff, that's also one of my guilty pleasures is the old image incentives.
Oh, dude, me too. That's funny that you say that. I grab them like I have a Brigade, a Supreme.
The Embossed
Cyber
Force has been a book that I pull from 50-cent and dollar bins.
Wow.
And sell for 40.
I don't have one. Good for you, man.
Oh, I don't have any more either because they're all gone.
Yeah, they sell. I keep them though because I'm like extra sick. Like it's terrible. Like the hot book of the week, like the hottest book in the world. I'm like out the door. But meanwhile, I'm like, so the Spawn Batman newsstand. I looked at 20 books today trying to find one. I got a Gen 13 newsstand. Nobody can take it from me.
So there's also a really cool one in my collection. It's one of my books that I want to get graded, and it does actually have a shot, maybe at a 9.6. Speaking of newsstand, Cyber Force number 8 is.
Oh wow!
Is the
That's a great cover.
Well, do you know who did the cover?
Michael Turner?
No.
Who?
Todd McFarlane.
Oh no shit!
And you know what else is awesome about that? Todd McFarlane did the interior of that book because it was the book where they switched up artists that month.
Which one?
Cyber Force 8.
Cyber Force number 8.
I vaguely remember that.
Is it 9
happening.
the first Michael Turner work?
I think so. I think that's what I screwed up. I'll show you the 8 though, because I know the book you're talking about now. It's this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a McFarlane. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a McFarlane. He does the interiors though too. The whole book is a McFarlane.
I did not remember that. Oh, that's cool, dude.
This right here is first. I think it's like first or second, like Michael Turner stuff. I think.
Wow.
Yeah. Along with the one with the hand, where it just shows the robotic hand. This is, yeah.
I remember supporting the Kickstarter for Cyber Force when they restarted it. I was all excited. That was right before I got out of comics again. That was like the last thing I did, my last hurrah.
Here's the first, this one right here. This Cyber Force with his hand is the first cover that he ever did.
Nice.
I believe. So
Strike Force, right?
Cyber Codename Strike Force, yeah.
See, for all of our nostalgia, am I wrong? Aren't we just like primed for a lot of this Image stuff to go bonkers?
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's going to go bonkers or not.
This
because
book right here.
There's going to be some.
For example, I need to, and I haven't done it. I need to break down and buy like the Witchblade, the Darkness, the Bright Cyber Forces. I mean, there's some cool books there. The other one is a Laura Croft remake on. If they ever found a movie that worked, I think there's potential there. And then I'm wondering if like books like Powers or Wanted or God, what's the one with Hit Girl? Like if they can be remade, like how long is that going to take? Is that another 20 years or are we 5 years out from that?
I don't know about those ones. I think that might be a little bit of time because those were made into something immediately, right? I think a lot of the Image stuff.
But isn't that how Hollywood works, right? Like they just.
Oh, they
Matt,
remake.
hey Matt,
they don't have any ideas.
Press the beat the dead horse thing. Isn't that what
There
Hollywood?
he is beating that dead horse.
Isn't that what Hollywood does? Right? Like you're just like, thanks for the 14th remake, guys. It's great.
Reboot.
I feel like we're waterboarding Marco. You okay, buddy? Carter usually wakes up at 3 a.m. We were way past his bedtime.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because he does. He gets up early. And we had him up that late.
Well, it is getting fucking late. It's
No question about it.
4 hours going on this. 100
It's like
live.
a drunken chat.
Yeah, 100 live viewers. We appreciate you guys. A matter of fact, we hope you guys keep an eye on the channel. I want to give a quick shout out to Bird City Comics. Remember to use the promo code Flipside for 15% off of Bird City Comics at birdcitycomics.com right now. If you guys go over, they've got I think they just put out this new book here, this Wonder Woman, which is a sweet. Everybody is talking about the character. This is the Future State Wonder Woman #1, and I really like this. I dig the colors on this cover, so they just released that. So go over there, use the promo code Flipside for 15% off of that, and then also don't forget comicbarricade.com. Use the code word Flipside, and you'll get 10% off your order over there. Great, amazing products. They just recently put out a new one, cardstopper.com. So go to cardstopper.com, and of course get your Comic Barricade XL. Insert, support, stabilize, all that fun stuff. Make sure you check out Tales from the Dark Side doing Mando reviews on Sundays, the Comic Book Women doing their stuff on Tuesdays, and make sure you guys give a sub to all of our friends over here at Flipside, including Ultra Maximus on YouTube. Ultra Maximus.
Thank you.
Yeah, just do. If you're not sub, you guys are all already subbed there, right? I mean, we shouldn't have to ask that. So, also make sure you guys are subbed to Absolute Geek.
I'm subbing so I can sub again.
There we go. There we go. Shout out. And anybody I didn't forget, I just forget. Anybody I didn't forget, I just forgot you because I didn't forget you. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Tomorrow.
Adios.